Shalom, people. It is Wednesday, January 1st, 120 I am your brother from another mother, Brother D.I.K. Brother Dick. This is New Jersey Ride. Thank you for riding with me. I appreciate you. And we out here. Shout outs to everybody who's doing it. Big up yourself. Uber, via Lyft, Uber, via, and every other platform. Big ass thing across the board. Big up yourself if you in ride share. You're providing a tremendous service. Don't let nobody talk shit to you about what you do. Somebody got to do it. Shout out to all cab drivers, limo drivers. Pick up your stuff. All bus drivers, train engineers and conductors and light rail operators. Special shout out to the blood flow of the country, the heartbeat of America. You already know. The truck drivers. One time for yourself. Shout out to everybody at the airports. Everybody from people sweeping and mopping, cleaning the bathrooms, to the TSA agents, violating the shit out of Americans, not violating too many foreigners. To the people who clean the planes, food service, the airline pilots and the stewardesses, or my bad, the flight attendants. One time for you. Shout out to everybody at the post office, everybody at Amazon, FedEx, and UPS. That's me, your work. Shout out to everybody at the 24-hour convenience stores, the gas stations, the tap stores, like the 7-Elevens, the Wawas, the Quick Checks here in the North, Jersey, and whatever else is out there. If you out here 24 hours, shout out to you for all the fast food joints, like the Burger King, the McDonald's, the Wendy's, and whoever the hell else is out here. I made a conscious decision. There's any other way to make it. And I'm gonna stop fucking with fast food even in the pinch. Even in the pinch, I'm gonna stop fucking with it. They don't have a nutrition value. Shit is straight garbage. Still worse when I eat it. About to get ugly. I mean, it's getting ugly in the United States, but it's about to get real ugly. Because the number one killer on earth is rearing ugly head here in the Northeast. I mean, I'm sure it's happening everywhere, but right now, out here, man, that killer is about to come out full force. That killer is hunger, food insecurity. Shit is expensive. ones I know who got them, right? Um, Complaining about the cost of groceries. Now that's crazy. These people who go out to dinner don't think about the check. Right? That's when you know you got a couple dollars. You go out to dinner and you don't worry about what it's going to cost. That's when you know. I was with a few of them yesterday, and he's my man, you know. We was once in business together. Anyway, they was talking about the cost of groceries, and I was floored. I was floored. Like I said, these niggas don't worry about money. They got money. So when they're talking about the cost of living, I know it's real. I mean, I knew it was real then, right? I'm at the bottom of the earning scale. I do and live. And again, it's an honest day's pay, because the alternative wouldn't be good for anybody. It wouldn't be good for anybody. I'd be on some other shit. It's hard not to go back. It's hard to do this shit every day. When I know that I can get real money. And I know I could be earning real money doing what I know how to do. But alas, I'm not that man right now. It's hard to not be that man. But I put on the new man. I'm a new creature in Christ, right? So I can't do the shit I used to do. That said, good day to all of you. Those of you who are at work, have a great day. Don't work too hard, but do your job. Be nice to people. Be nice to each other. Especially if you Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, and Indigenous, any type of Indigenous descent in the United States. If you those people, be nice to each other. There's too much tomfoolery within us, among us. We think that we're not the same people. We think that we're better than one another. This is not the case. The aforementioned people, African American, Black, Hispanic, Latino, of Indigenous descent, and Indigenous people, you know, the Mississippians, what we call Native American, what we call Indigenous American, what are now calling themselves foundational Black Americans. Dumbest shit I ever heard. Those people, those are the indigenous people, because they were here. It's true that they were here. I'm not saying that they're the people who were brought here in the transatlantic slave trade. I'm saying that the indigenous population here were very dark-skinned people. Just find the images. They've been buried, but they're there. They're available. You just gotta find them. I got pictures of the Choctaw, the Creek, the Crow, the Chickasaw, the Blackfoot, the Cherokee. I got pictures of these people. You look at them, they're dark. They're dark. And their hair, albeit long, is woolly. My own people, my island people, the Boricua, they were all dark people. They had different shades of that dark, but they were dark. And I'm a basic nigga, like I said that before. Look at that. That image. That's the color of my skin. We already know where that goes. We They talk shit to me about being pasty. Fuck you, Anthony Dollar. You pasty, nigga. A lot of light skinned black people who are pasty. Look at them. They will call high yellow. Oh shit. Shout out to Miss Mary from my neighborhood. I'm sure she's passed away. And if she hasn't, whatever, but if she has, rest in peace. She used to call me a shit colored Negro. Like, what in the fuck is a shit colored Negro? She said, you color a baby shit. Oh shit, but she understood something that we didn't. Right? She understood that all of the indigenous populations of the North, the land of the North, which is North America, South America, Central America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, all that shit above us, all of those people were one people, different tribes, of different clans of the same nation of people. She understood that. She was one of those people that used to tell me that she was cherry. I used to be like, don't fuck out here. Because I was schooled, right? I was schooled to believe that the indigenous population of you know, the United States, the entirety of the land of the North, was those Inuit looking people, those people with the chinky eyes and shit. And don't get it fucked up. A bunch of the indigenous population that look like that, they're still, you know, that ruddy colored people. But those people who crossed the land bridge, the Bering Straits, I think it's called, those people said that when they got here, there were people already here. That's a fact. Check it. You can check it. I'm not saying no bullshit. I'm checking. I was shocked, but it's a fact. They said this land was already occupied, it was inhabited. And it was inhabited for thousands of years before they got here. So you know it was inhabited tens of thousands of years before the first Europeans got here. Before the Spanish, because I think they were the first as far as colonizing, because they talked about the Vikings that were the first. Spanish. He was, and there's also evidence pointing to the fact that Solomon had land. He traveled because he had a navy. They've hidden that information, but dig deep enough, you can find it. Abdul said if you keep scrolling to the left, you're going to see some shit you didn't really want to see. There's proof that Solomon, he came here, he had land here, he traded here. That was what he did, because the idea is that before the lost 10 tribes, they say lost, not lost, but before they got here, this was the land that no man dwelt on. And there's a confusion about who was who. The Olmec, the Maya, the Inca, the Aztec, and the other indigenous populations, they are all the same people. They're separated by region, climate, so they, evolved into different looks. But really look at them, phenotypically they're the same people. Phenotypically, Now, can I substantiate that? Well, I can't. But there are men that can, like men in the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, men in particular, men in Israelite Israel United in Christ. Their collection of literature is extensive and informative, and they prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, at least to me, and to others, that's why they're so dangerous, and to others that they are, that we are, that those people who are descendants from the indigenous populations of North, South, Central America, and descended from the people of the transatlantic slave trade, the sub-Saharan slave trade, the Silk Road slave trade, the other slave trades, other routes. Anyone who is a descendant of those aforementioned people are the 12 tribes of Israel on this side of the world. Now, we're everywhere. We're what is called the Middle East. How many times we go over the same shit? I say as many times as absolutely necessary. And again, if it were up to me, we'd be having discussions going back and forth. But nobody wants to do that. I don't know why. I can't tell. Maybe because I have a limited amount of followers. Whatever. But people don't want to talk about anything real. And the ones that do just want to talk. They don't want to resolve them. Like about real things that are happening that are real. Like the fact that it appears that the United States is reverting back to its imperial colonialism. It appears that they're reverting back to their slavery days. At least they want that, right? As I understand, the United States is #1 in incarcerated persons per capita. And of those persons, the majority in the prisons are black people. And that seems a bit odd if black people are the minority in America and white people the majority. How is it that the greatest criminal, greatest murderer, greatest rapist, the greatest thief on earth doesn't fill the prison? more black people are in prison than white people. The white people are the majority numerically of the United States. Don't tell me that black people are more criminal. No way. No way. There's no way that black people are more criminal than white people. White people steal countries, they steal resources, they steal men and women. We just went into a sovereign nation, not we, but we white people in the United States, Donald Trump and Israel, went into a sovereign nation and kidnapped a country's president under the premise that he is a drug lord. No evidence, no proof. Just take my word for it. And then at least he kept it 100. Donald Trump kept it 100. We want the oil. They tried to spin the narrative. I don't know what the fuck it was. They tried to spin it, but they couldn't do it. But they could do it. But Trump is keeping it real. We want the oil. They're going to take the oil. The largest oil reserves on the earth, Venezuela. The white man said, fuck that. I'm talking about the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant because, you know, at the end of the day, Spain is white people. Ireland is white people. Scotland is white people. Britain is white people. Russia is white people. Israel is white people. Those are not Israelites. They're Jewish. Not ever saying that they're not Jewish. They are. They practice the practice. There's more Talmudic teachings than biblical ones, but I digress. They are white people. And everyone who's everywhere is Charlize Theron and her father. Well, not Charlize Theron and her father, but Charlize Theron and Angelina Jolie and her father are South African. Are you fucking kidding me? Jake Paul, by way of Puerto Rico, kill yourself. Kill yourself. You're not a Puerto Rican. I'm sorry. Charlize Theron, Angelina Jolie, and her father, I think his name is John Ford. Two people are not African. You're not Afrikaans. You're not any of those people. Kamala Harris, Camel Toe Harris, is not a Jamaican. You give a fuck. Just because you're born on a place doesn't make you that place. Doesn't make you the people who are indigenous to that place. They really tried to pass her off as black, as Jamaican. She was neither of those things. She said, I don't give a shit that she went to an HBCU. I don't give a shit about her rhetoric. I check. You people are ignorant, and I don't need it. You ignore the facts because you didn't check them. I checked. I went back 5 generations on her. And hell, other organizations went back 30. I ran out of dough checking it. My budget for checking it. I could only go back 5 generations. She's an Irish Indian person. She's not black. Her lineage, her DNA, Irish on her father's side, and not black Irish either. She's lily white Irish. And she got Indian in her blood on her mother's side. And her father is, again, they're not the indigenous people. They are not descendants of the Jamaicans. It's her father. They are descendants of Irish. And don't care about the skin color. Care about none of that. Care about none of that. Not all kinfolk is my kinfolk. And I'm a pasty nigga. I'm saying that out loud. I'm pasty. But I got more claim to children of Israel, including Jamaica, than Camel Toe Harris. I got more claim than Bob fucking Marley His daddy was a white man. And you are what your daddy is. You are what your daddy is. Doesn't matter what you identify as. Doesn't matter. You're a fucking white man. You're a white man. Louis Farrakhan, my favorite person. I always said that if I was going to choose a leader, I was going to pick a leader, say that's my leader, that's who I follow, it would be him. But his daddy is a white man, and not just a white man, but a Jewish man. They're white. I don't give a fuck. People do whatever we want, think whatever we want, but I do too. I think and do whatever I want. It doesn't matter what you think. That's why I can say shit like Tariq Nasheed hates Boricuas. He hates us. He hates them. He must have had a real bad experience with Boricuas. He hates us. He don't want us to be part of nothing. But that's okay. We don't need to be. Right? Because at the end, right? At the end, when we all stand before our Lord, not even then, when Christ comes back and separates the wheat from the tares, well, he's right there, right? And unfortunately, unless Tariq Nasheed gets his shit together, repents, turns back to his Lord and his heritage and his culture, obeys the laws, statutes, and commandments, ordinances and ways, observes the high holy days, feast days, Sabbaths, and new moons, he won't make it into the kingdom. None of us will, who do not follow the protocol put forth by the Holy One of Israel, for his people. That aside, there's a lot of shit that's going on, a lot of separation, and there's people being paid to keep that agenda going. I believe Tariq Nasheed is one of those people. I believe he believes what he believes, but I also believe he's being paid to keep it going. He's being paid to overlook the evidence, overlook the turn a blind eye to the truth. And it's true that not all Israel is Israel. What that means is a lot of people claiming to be Israelites, not Israelites. They're not. A lot of people. There's a lot of people that are claiming to be Israelites of specific tribes that have no fucking idea. That's why Christ said is don't worry about it. I'll separate them. I'm going to separate the wheat from the tares, the sheep from the goats. And he's going to be merciful to his Father, the Lord, Most High God. He's going to be merciful of human people for mercy. So, it is what it is. But at one point, like I really did believe that it was up to the people, white people, black people, brown people, yellow people, yellow, black, yellow, that it was up to us to arm up and take back this nation. Then I wrote this book. And the reason that this country was invaded and conquered was because the people who invaded it and conquered it were blessed with the art of war, the art of killing with weapons. Right? You can't take these people. So I rethought my strategy, right? Why just people to God? Because no weapon formed against Christ is going to prosper. And those who Christ empowers, to fight. But if you're not empowered, you're not blessed, then you got no win against the right man. No win. Hey, physically, yeah, we'll do stuff like this. Stuff like that. But when it comes to true destruction, true war, true battle, true weapon, can't beat them. They're blessed. Esau's blessing is the Torah. And that means nuclear weapons, carriers, F-5 and B-that bombers, F-fighters and B-bombers, and rail guns and lasers, missiles, everything they got. Let's go get it. Pick it up. Hello, how are you? Yes, ma'am.
All right. You know rap? Rap?
Yeah.
Rap? All right. Freeway?
Right. Right. Okay.
Well, must be up.
But sure, I mean,
What do you do about
I think go to the room like as long as we do good job as a group. I mean, on that side, I think it's positive. But also,
Now let me ask you this: what does it mean to be a positive? Like let's say you're a mother, you're in work in various areas. If you go to it, so what do you consider a positive example? You said positive examples of tough. What would you consider? If there was a man that you said he's a positive, what would be the attributes of a man that's
but the name of you off the top of my head, one that is a man that takes care of his family, that's a working man. That's respectful, honorable, not only with his family, but also, amongst the community. You know what I mean? That's what I would say.
So again, and he's telling you, and they need out to be proud of it, and they should be more like the heroes. They should be more like the heroes that gave them and you should integrate it to their community, and you should not stand on being an Ethiopian as okay.
Well, yeah, it would be negative mind because telling us to get away from our origins.
Right. So everybody that you just named, you don't have a problem. Everybody that you just named is back to the
Well, I don't think I did.
He told you and however,
Depends on what we are. Right. This is great. Down, first and foremost, I respect their opinion. You know, I'm saying here,
like the children of Israel, that is not something that's not
well, what about the born?
There were three classifications.
A lot of them were Right, but the thing is, when Moses came to the Israelites, they came to the Israelites because they went right. And I'm Ethiopian, right?
Most dogs, it wasn't because they were treated with it.
Well, all right. So I don't like anything. I don't like being excuse me, because you and I can be Israelites, but you and I can also walk our path. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? What I'm saying is, I'm still prefer to be as Israelite, but just because I'm Ethiopian and you might refer to me as because there were groups of Ethiopians that were
Nothing can change because it's not many instruments that have been
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people. The remnant of his people.
understand what's the new solution to our lives. Understanding God get it. However,
but check this out though, like I understand that.
Yes, sir.
That we were given creators like God,
family. That's why I'm saying stop it, because all of that is
which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria. And from Egypt. And from Pathros.
for any other side job. This probably sounds familiar. Get paid as a tech.
First, draw an S-curve, then add some.
Even if you have money to spare, don't buy these flowers.
Hi, so Gmail is being sued. If you have a Gmail account, you're gonna want to hear this. Gmail has found themselves in a huge lawsuit, and now they owe us $425 million. So this is all about Google taking our data and selling it to third parties. Even if you had your tracking turned off and your cookies turned off, they were still taking it, still tracking you, and even still Google tried to deny it, and the jury didn't agree. One thing led to another, and now they owe us all this money. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Yo no soy celosa. Everyone has a Gmail account. How much are we going to get out of this? Like a penny? No. Not everybody even knows that this lawsuit was happening. And those that do know, they don't even know how to apply for it, which is really super unfortunate. So $425 million is huge. If you file for it, you should get a pretty big chunk. Now, it's not open yet, so I did set a reminder for us in my Settlement app. But you already know how this works. As soon as it does pop up available in the app, I will come back on here and let you guys know. But what I need you to do is to like, save, and share this with your friends, so when I do come back on here with that update, it's going to pop up in your feed. Otherwise, when these updates do come in, you're more than likely to miss them, and I don't want you guys to miss out on this payout.
Well, when I first got diagnosed,
They got solar power houses. They tell you they got sun. This whole level tanks of bread, right? And you get home and you don't do it. It's in the car. Look, yo, they reflecting the light in your home, like with these reflective patterns and beams, and it lights your whole house up from the sun. And I guess, I mean, that's during the day, but then, you can turn it on, and then look, they got these little solar panels that come like next to the joint. So at night, you still have sunlight, bro, like collects the light. I don't understand all the science behind that, but I want to look this up. This house is worth $0, and that's exactly why I'm buying. Most people see an old house and think it's a fixer-upper. I see a liability. I'm not buying the house. I'm buying the frontage, the zoning, and the utilities that are already in the ground. This house limits the lot. Tearing it down unlocks the real value. That's why developers don't buy houses. They buy land potential. Follow me. I break down land and zoning like this in real time. Can you use one word? That's a terrible word.
Television. Television. Telling the vision to your consciousness. You turn on your television, you click on a program, and this program's programming. On that program is a channel. The channel is a term used for communication with spirits or otherworldly beings when somebody channels something. Often on these programs are something that is being broadcasted. So when you break down phonetically the term broadcast, it's a broadcast, like someone's casting a spell. You could cast a spell broadly. What is broadcasted? The news. News, N-E-W-S. That's an anagram for northeast, west, south. It is all directions being broadly casted.
Oh, wow.
So just be mindful and turn on your television.
Can you give us one word, one esoteric word?
Television. Television. Telling.
Right now, for a limited time, we're giving away a 30-day. You are literally feeding your kids plastic glue and industrial lubricants. I'm talking about Oreos and cream in the middle. It's not cream at all. It's rapeseed oil whipped with emulsifiers that act like edible glue holding the sludge together. And the cookie part strip cocoa.
Do you want to learn how to get all the money now? Every single
You don't believe in God anymore?
That isn't something for you to worry about.
Did you know that if gravity were slightly more powerful, the universe would collapse into a ball?
I did know.
Also, if gravity were slightly less powerful, the universe would fly apart and there'd be no stars or planets.
Where are you going with this, Sheldon?
It's just that gravity is precisely as strong as it needs to be. And if the ratio of the electromagnetic force to the strong force wasn't 1%, life wouldn't exist. What are the odds that would happen all by itself?
Why are you trying to convince me to believe in God?
The position of the universe at least makes it logical to conclude there's a creator. There are 5 billion people on this planet, and you're the perfect mom for me. What are the odds of that? You don't believe in God anymore?
That isn't something for you to worry about.
Did you know that if gravity were slightly more powerful, the universe would collapse into a ball?
I did know.
Also, if gravity were slightly less powerful, the universe would fly apart and there'd be no stars or planets.
Where are you going with this, Sheldon?
It's just that gravity is precisely as strong as it needs to be. And if the ratio of the electromagnetic force to the strong force wasn't 1%, life wouldn't exist. What are the odds that would happen all by itself?
Why are you trying to convince me to believe in God?
The position of the universe at least makes it logical to conclude there's a creator. There are 5 billion people on this planet, and you're the perfect mom for me. What are the odds of that?
If you live anywhere from Texas to New York, you need to watch this because you might have the biggest snowstorm of your life this weekend. So there are reports right now on early weather models that next weekend you might have the biggest snowstorm of your life in parts of Texas and North Carolina and across the entire East Coast. Now it starts out on Thursday night into Friday. You can see right here the possibility of at least a minor winter weather impact kind of right here in the middle of America. But that quickly changes going into Friday night and Saturday. As you can see here, high probability in the 80s and 90s. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, places like that. And then by the time Saturday night into Sunday comes, you can see it stretches all the way from Louisiana to Maryland and across the East Coast. Look at the dark red for North Carolina. And like this person says here, if you are in the bright yellow or brighter, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, you should probably go ahead and start making winter storm plans. Because the early models have 4 to 8 inches across Texas and 12 to 18 inches in North Carolina. Now, obviously, this has a chance to change, so just make sure you are watching the weather this week. If you live anywhere from Texas to New York, you need to watch this because you might have the biggest snowstorm of your life this weekend. So there are reports right now on early weather models that next weekend you might have the biggest snowstorm of your life in parts of Texas and North Carolina and across the entire East Coast. Now it starts out on Thursday night into Friday. You can see right here the possibility of at least a minor winter weather impact kind of right here in the middle of America. But that quickly changes going into Friday night and Saturday. As you can see here, high probability in the 80s and 90s. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, places like that. And then by the time Saturday night into Sunday comes, you can see it stretches all the way from Louisiana to Maryland and across the East Coast. Look at the dark red for North Carolina. And like this person says here, if you are in the bright yellow or brighter, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, you should probably go ahead and start making winter storm plans. Because the early models have 4 to 8 inches across Texas and 12 to 18 inches in North Carolina. Now, obviously, this has a chance to change, so just make sure you are watching the weather this week. If you live anywhere from Texas,
Listen real closely because this is how I plan to retire off this Trump situation. If you pay attention, maybe you can too. Save this video because the last post got deleted. In 13 days on February 1st, Donald Trump is set to tokenize oil, giving you the chance to make generational wealth with one play. Donald Trump, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, they're looking to tokenize oil. That means taking oil and turning it into a real world asset. If oil gets tokenized, so much money, I'm talking billions of dollars, is going to get injected into this sector. This is something BlackRock has been openly pushing, and now the timing just lines up perfectly. I did my own digging, and what I found was this. BlackRock just added a new coin to their portfolio, and it's called USOR. Naturally, I went over to the executives to type it in, and here it is, US Oil. So if you take a closer look, USOR was launched on Meteora, the same exact platform that launched the Trump coin last year. And we already know Donald Trump is a pro-crypto president. The last time Donald Trump mentioned or launched a coin, Trump coin, it made over 500 people, regular people, millionaires. They became millionaires overnight. Shit like this happens every day in crypto. This is not unheard of. Went on SoulScan, and what I noticed is crazy. Coinbase wallets and Binance wallets are buying up USOR by the fucking boatload. Now here's where things get crazy. The top holder in the USOR token is a wallet labeled Trump Team. At this point, there's no coincidence. Now, just to confirm everything, let's go to the website. Look what I found here. The countdown to February 1st in 13 days. If you check the X page, it says February 1st, tokenization of oil applications going live. I bought a bag of this at around $2 million in market cap, so I'm not fat. I am certainly going to be holding this close to February 1st. But this is not financial advice. I'm not your financial advisor. If you want to get involved, comment oil. I'll send you the DM. Listen real closely, because this is how I plan to retire off this Trump situation.
John D. Rockefeller was. Why are you guys so? John D. Rockefeller was one of the richest men in the entire world in the oil industry. And in 1903, he funded the General Education Board with a famous quote saying, "I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers." The General Education Board's main objective was to create schools that focused on obeying authority, following rules, memorizing, not thinking, and breeding you to work 9-to-5 jobs for elite corporations. That is why we see the mundane subjects in school of things like math, English, and other subjects. And I mean, even look at our schools. They look like prisons. But here's where things get really messed up. John D. Rockefeller also funded both pharma and medical schools, with the initiative being from taking people from natural healing remedies towards pharmaceutical-based care. And from this, he created a perfect system. The schools create the workers. They work forever, which makes them sick. Then they have to take pharmaceutical drugs to stay alive. And from that, he makes endless money. Our education system is really just a monopoly. It is breeding workers so that the elites keep making more money. This is why it is more important than ever for us to wake up and choose differently moving forward. John D. Rockefeller was one of the richest men in the entire. Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try. Why are you guys so anti-dictators?
Let's listen to that again.
Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try. Why are you guys so...
Okay, so sounds like we're in a dictatorship, doesn't it? Everything he said is policy here in the United States. Do you disagree? Do you? I don't. I like that. I'm going to save that. I'm going to keep that and remind myself that that's what's said.
The quickest way for Russia to penetrate our naval defenses is steaming from the Arctic to the North Atlantic. This is our military presence. in the Arctic. These were Russia's Arctic military positions in 1995. Today, infantry, naval, radar, search and rescue, air defense, the biggest buildup since the Soviets fell. This is where we lost Russia's most sophisticated submarines in the North Atlantic for 3 weeks. This is where we found their Lashkarik submarine, which we noticed only because it caught fire. We have no idea how many more there are, but we think they're around here, 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 and here. This is Cregan. Cregan is a nuclear submarine base in Scotland. All of the UK's nuclear weaponry is housed at Cregan. It's what makes them one of the 9 nuclear powers. Also, it's the only base in Europe where we can dock our nuclear subs. It's the last place we have any hope of detecting a Russian sub before it's in the vast Atlantic barreling toward New York. The quickest way for Russia to penetrate our naval defenses is steaming from the Arctic to the North Atlantic. This is our military presence in the Arctic. These were Russia's Arctic military positions in 1995. Today, infantry, naval, radar, search and rescue, air defense, the biggest buildup since the Soviets fell. This is where we lost Russia's most sophisticated submarines in the North Atlantic for 3 weeks. This is where we found their Lashkarik submarine, which we noticed only because it caught fire. We have no idea how many more there are, but we think they're around here, 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 and here. This is Cregan. Cregan is a nuclear submarine base in Scotland. All of the UK's nuclear weaponry is housed at Cregan. It's what makes them one of the 9 nuclear powers. Also, it's the only base in Europe where we can dock our nuclear subs. It's the last place we have any hope of detecting a Russian sub before it's in the vast Atlantic barreling toward New York. The quickest way for Russia to penetrate.
The Rockefellers were once the most powerful and wealthiest family on earth, wielding a secret strategy known as the waterfall method, which allowed them to amass and preserve their fortune for an astonishing 7 generations. Now I will reveal.
Here's the dirty truth. Companies aren't supposed to text you without permission. I'm still shocked I got $2,000 back for unwanted texts. I was tired of late night messages. I never asked for that. I filled out a quick form, and our TCPA experts helped me recover.
You need to be completely bedridden to qualify for disability. Millions qualify for disability benefits while still being.
And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, we re-reviewed them. We had an adjudication committee. We had ways of arbitration deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Hosher and colleagues.
Okay. This information is for educational purposes only. I am not the author of this information. In fact, I don't got shit to do with the information. I don't know who it is that's speaking, but he says he has the science to back it. So let's listen.
Then he went behind me.
And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, Okay, we re-reviewed them. We had an adjudication committee. We had ways of arbitration deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First off, here's Holscher and colleagues who's sitting right behind me.
And do you have any?
Just don't let that go, all right? Remember, that was for educational purposes only. I'm not the author of that information. I do not own the rights to that information. That's just something out there in the spectrum. In the internetverse.
Bergen County, the place where everyone's rich enough to drive a Mercedes, but broke enough to still fight over coupons at ShopRite. You can't tell if you're in a luxury suburb or just a giant waiting room for the George Washington Bridge. Let's talk Paramus, the land of malls. You've got more malls per square mile than some states have hospitals. You can hit Garden State Plaza, Paramus Park, Bergen Town Center, all without seeing daylight, because Paramus traffic turns a 5-minute ride into a hostage situation. And remember, no shopping on Sundays, because nothing screams Jersey like a law written by a priest in 1959, still cock-blocking your IKEA runs. Then there's Fort Lee. Every condo looks like a spaceship. Every restaurant's trying to convince you it's just as good as Manhattan. And half the residents treat the George Washington Bridge like it's their personal driveway. Buddy, it's not the Upper West Side. It's a toll booth with valet parking. Hackensack? You ever been to Hackensack? It's like if Newark and White Castle had a kid. You got a courthouse, a hospital, and a million people named Vinny who claim their cousin knows a guy. And don't forget Ridgewood, a town where a house under $1 million is considered affordable housing. Every mom there drives a Range Rover the size of a Bergenfield studio apartment, just to go 3 blocks to pick up an oat milk latte. The Meadowlands? It's basically a swamp with a stadium where dreams go to die. MetLife, home of the Giants, the Jets, and every Taylor Swift concert that ends with 40,000 drunk Jersey girls peeing in the parking lot. Bergen County is just one big flex. Rolex on the wrist, Easy Pass in the dash, and everyone's secretly crying in traffic on Route 4. Bergen County, the place where everyone's rich enough to drive a Mercedes, but broke enough to...
Your U.S. passport isn't a privilege. It's a financial death sentence for your family's future, while you're paying 40% in taxes watching your wealth drain away. There's a third way to withdraw money from your corporation that 99% of business owners never discover. Look, you've been told there are only 2 ways, salary or dividends, both taxed to hell. But there's a third option, 100% legal, completely tax-free. The money even grows tax-deferred while it sits there. We've shown this to 2,958 business owners. John saved $50,000 annually. Maria eliminated $1.2 million in future taxes. Paul went from paying $40,000 to zero. The IRS can't touch it because it's completely legal. Your CPA won't tell you because they literally don't know it exists. Click below. Free 5-minute video shows exactly how. Your U.S. passport isn't a privilege.
And Willie Lynch's How to Make a Slave. Willie Lynch clearly states, make the light hate the dark, make the old hate the young, turn the women against the men, break the families, control the minds, and you will never need change again. This is Willie Lynch's method on how to keep a slave mentally. See, what he is saying is, we don't need change anymore. As long as we can control them mentally, as long as we can disfranchise them, as long as we can turn them against one another, they will always be slaves. That was in 1712. So over 300 years later, we're still doing the same things to one another. When do we stop being slaves and break the Willie Lynch method? Let me know. In Willie Lynch's How to Make a Slave, Willie Lynch clearly states, make the light hate the dark, make the old hate the young, turn the women against the men, break the families, control the minds, and you will never need change again. This is Willie Lynch's method on how to keep a slave mentally. See, what he is saying is, we don't need change anymore. As long as we can control them mentally, as long as we can disfranchise them, as long as we can turn them against one another, they will always be slaves. That was in 1712. So over 300 years later, we're still doing the same things to one another. When do we stop being slaves and break the Willie Lynch method? Let me know.
This video is going viral right now on Twitter because he found something hidden in your Social Security paperwork that most people never knew. Check this out. So hold on a second. We know that money used to say on it, redeemable for silver or gold, right? You say or backed by gold and silver. And now it's a note, Federal Reserve note, for example. But did you know about your birth certificate fraudulency? Check this out. Now look closely. Did you know birth certificate? When you were born, your parents register you with the government as a corporation by receiving and signing a birth certificate. In a few years, your corporation will receive a taxpayer ID number called a Social Security number. This is so you can be used as collateral for the governments to acquire debt. That's right, you and your labor, time, and energy is what backs up the national debt. You are stopped. Birth certificates, marriage certificates, there's an angle to this. The government getting involved. And I'm not even talking about the straw man sovereign citizen thing. But I mean, this does have to do with that. We're talking about when you get a birth certificate, that some element of ownership may be put over the person with the birth certificate. It's not some organic, happy-dappy way to keep track of the citizens. Woo, we have birth certificates, we know who's who. It's about control. But what if we all said no? What if we all said no? Have you thought about that? Or not even all of us, like 50%, 30%, even 20%. That's a whole lot of people saying no. That would totally mess up the whole friggin' system. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more. This video.
Hey, I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you shop at Target and your children are growing out of their clothes, go check your kids' closet and see if their clothes say Cat and Jack, because if they say Cat and Jack, which they most likely will, you can bring those clothes back to Target and recycle them for new clothes. They will load that money that you spent on these items onto a gift card, and you can buy whatever you want in the store, or like me, you can use that money to buy more Cat and Jack stuff so that you can continue changing your kids' clothes every season like I do. I walked out of here with so much stuff, and Target had a sale for 40% off. Hey, I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you shop at...
I just got robbed, and I'm not going to call the insurance or even the police. Check this out. Tried to hotwire our car, stole a camera, stole a drone, whole bunch of other things. They even took a bite of a chocolate in the front seat and then left the chocolate, which was annoying. But I'm not going to call the police, and I'm not going to call an insurance claim. The reason being, check this out. They took a bite of chocolate and left everything. The reason being is I'm not bothered by this. My time is more valuable than the time I'm going to spend calling the police, making an insurance claim. All of that time, energy, and effort could be used doing real estate, specifically Section 8. I have a training coming up. I'm going to show you guys why I don't care about what just happened to me here and why I'm just going to move on with my day. The amount of time and energy it takes for me to deal with this, I could have put that same time and energy into doing a Section 8 deal, having the government pay for it, and doing it all without a bank using Creative Finance. My name is Pace Morby, and I teach people how to buy real estate, specifically Section 8, with no banks, no credit, and no credentials. I have a training coming up this week. Click the link down below. I'll show you why I don't care about when things like this happen, and I just move on with my day. I have the ability, the skills, and the value in my skill set that I can just move on and make more money than this will cost me. So click that link below. I'll see you guys in the training. I just got rough.
World War I is from 1492 to 1775, when America was attacked by 7 countries simultaneously. For 283 years, they bombed this place. Russia took Alaska, Netherlands took Canada, British and England took the East Coast. Italy took Texas up to the Gulf. France took New Orleans up the Gulf. And Spain came around the West Coast down through Argentina, Chile, and up the backside. 7 countries attacked Black America. In 1775, we surrendered and lost the right to vote. They put us in slavery camps. They labeled them reservations. The ones that did not go on reservations was labeled Negro. World War I is from 1492 to 1775, when America was attacked by 7 countries simultaneously for 283 years. They bombed this place. Russia took Alaska, Netherlands took Canada, British.
So I think Trump doesn't know about Greenlandic people. We don't really value cash and Kardashian lips and fake boobs and stuff like that very highly. Actually, you cannot even own land in Greenland. You can get an allotment for your house and then you own the house on top of the land. But Greenlanders don't believe in the land is for one person, is for everyone. It's a big miscalculation that he thinks that Greenlanders would be incited by cash or something like that. We're not. And even if you were to say like $100,000 per person or something like that, we wouldn't give up free healthcare. We wouldn't give up free education. We wouldn't give up being a part of Europe. We wouldn't give up on our sovereignty. We're a very sovereign people within the Kingdom of Denmark. We're autonomous right now. We do not want to be rich like the Americans are. See how greedy they are. They're even trying to shoot their friends or invade their friends just for greed. And we know that there's minerals and oils possibly in our underground, and that's worth so much more even than that. But even if we didn't have that, we would still not be bought. Everyone here knows about the Inuit in Alaska and all of the native tribes, Indians, American Indians who are there. Their land was taken from them and they haven't been treated that well in America. And we know that Trump is very much surrounding himself, at least with white power people. And we are not white, as you can see, we are of color. And so we know our rights probably would be taken away. And we also know that we're very good as we are together with Denmark. As mentioned before, we have free healthcare, we have free study. Whatever you want to study, you can do that for free. And actually, government will give you money to study. So while you're studying, you're getting a grant from your government. So all of that we wouldn't trade for, like the welfare state, we wouldn't trade for anything in America. So I think Trump doesn't know about Greenlandic people. We don't really value cash and Kardashian lips and fake boobs.
Guess which is it? Is it NBA or NFL? 36 have been accused.
What's the point of you continuously saying that I'm an Israelite and I'm a part of the and I'm God's chosen people person whatnot.
It's a slave. Here's my guy full about Ethiopia. So pride of the fight. Big up Ethiopia. Here's Zephaniah. You want to subscribe to that? God got you. Read your
Zephaniah. Zephaniah chapter 2 and verse 12. Ye Ethiopians, also ye shall be slain by my sword.
When you can claim and subscribe to your Ethiopian, if you blood by blood, because some niggas even in America, all subscribe to being the African American. They subscribe to being all the good old Americans that they subscribe to. You won't be put to death with them. Better believe that. Get to Isaiah 14. They got to make a repent. You want to stay in that damn Hermetic nationality?
Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 15. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 10. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed, shall bring my offering. Verse 11, in that day shalt thou not be ashamed for all thy doings, wherein thou hast chapter 14 and verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel. Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel. And set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them. And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them to the and bring them to their place. Amos chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. punish you for all your iniquities. That was in the verse, sir. I got you, sir. Psalms 1, chapter 147 and verse 19. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He have not dealt so with a nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. Isaiah chapter 44 verse 1. Yet now hear, O Jacob my servant, and Israel whom I have chosen. Yet now hear, O Jacob my servant, and Israel whom I have chosen. Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 9. For the Lord's first portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. Yes, sir. I got you. Zechariah chapter 8 and verse 7. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold, I will save my people from the east country and from the west country.
Oh.
In the 1960s, the U.S. Army had a plan to bore a tunnel into the wall, but they didn't have a boring machine that could handle super low temperatures, so they had a whole testing project in Greenland where they developed ice tunnels and invented new boring machines that could operate in super cold temperatures. So this was back when they were going into forming NASA and all the other things that were kind of strange, the Antarctic Treaty around that time, pretty close to Earth. And he says, like they did this whole big thing in Greenland to just practice. It was like they were practicing for into the sky ice. And once they had the new boring machine figured out, they brought it to the wall in Antarctica. He said that the machine bored a tunnel 5 or 10 miles into the wall, but that they never broke through the other side of the wall, and that they still don't know how thick the wall is even to this day. First, the floor of the tunnel was solid rock, but after a mile or two in, the floor was sky ice, like it was sky ice underneath after a certain point. Apparently, the wall slowly built itself back up after you cut it, because after a year or so, the tunnel had shrunk smaller all by itself, like a self-filling when it starts closing up. They had to leave the boring machine inside the wall because the tunnel shrunk too small to get it back out. And after a few decades, the tunnel was completely gone. Like part of the wall was solid again. He said that now the scientists were trying to use technology to figure out how thick the wall is. He said something about putting earthquake sensors all along the wall, and that somehow you could measure the signal from an earthquake to see how thick the wall is. But I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Then a few weeks ago, I saw a map of the wall in Antarctica, except the map was all flat, crazy looking, and it showed the wall going all the way up over the whole Earth. In the 1960s, the U.S. Army had a plan to bore.
If the husband put away his wife. So we know for a fact that God gives us the right to separate. And while we're in separation, you cannot touch another man. He says, let her remain unmarried, which means to be untouched, or be reconciled to her husband. Notice, even in separation, he's still yours.
That doesn't say anything about the infidelity. I understand separation.
He's giving, yeah, that's the only thing. You can only separate.
Separation is mental problems, or it could be emotional abuse, it could be anger, it could be a lot of things.
That's why you can separate.
Right, that's what that's talking about. But it isn't.
No, it's talking about marriage. It's marriage, period. He said
it's not addressing the sexual immorality. That's
it is. It's addressing every portion of it, because God knows there's going to be some people that cannot live together. There's going to be some circumstances where you can't live under the same roof.
It seems the dumber you get. The smarter our intellectuals become, the more cowardly they become. This has something to do with this colonial education we're getting, because I know some great black minds, you know, in the university system. I see these minds, I talk, people, great minds. But that paycheck is going to dictate what's going to come out that mind. I'll come out your mouth from that mind.
And the paycheck is based off of that other piece of paper that they got to affirm their paycheck.
I got a master's degree.
Therefore, I get paid more.
I get paid.
Therefore, I'm controlled by your system.
Let me just, I know the truth. Let me not speak to that right now.
Nah, because I can't. I got to feed my family.
feeding your family is way more important than speaking the truth to a people that's going to treat you like they did Dr. King. If there was a reward to speaking truth, more people would. The true resource is the mind. We never lost our lands, we lost our minds. The smarter you get is even the dumber you get. The smarter our intellectuals become, the more cowardly they become.
I get paid more. I get paid. Therefore, I'm controlled by his system.
Treat me like that, like you're sitting out the trash. Not a lot of fucking Jackie. You got watch more.
Talk to what you not talking to me. All right? Tighten up. Tighten up, O'Shea. O'Shea. You heard me. What? What time it is? Go to your room. You not care about cookies now? Your ass is grabbing. You better turn that fucking light.
You guys need to watch this one and have a family discussion.
Come up and get it over. Come open the door.
I can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Your mom and dad are out here hurt.
This is sick and wrong. Watch the rest of this.
They're laying on the ground right here, I promise you. I'm looking at the neighbor, I promise you, I'm not harming anybody. They are hurt.
First of all, how did this man even know the kids were home alone? He must have been watching. We need to make sure we are training and teaching our kids not to open the door for anyone if we're not there. Share this video, get it out there, and start talking with your family. You guys need to watch this one and have a...
My parents are both alive. Are your parents alive? How old are your parents? 6, 7, 4.
What makes you like so unique? Compared to any other people? That's something I've asked since the beginning. Since I've been in this room and okay, hold on. Man, you shut up, man. You shut up, man. There's no point.
Yes, sir.
There's no point having this conversation. There's no point in this conversation.
The Romans chapter 3 and verse 1. But his heritage did not be known. So what topic is there of circumcision? But every way.
Hello, how are you?
Because that unto him committed the oracles of God. That's why. Because the oracles of God.
That's my point. All you say is God. Why? Why would God do
because that was them that made the God. I get Deuteronomy 23, verse 29. This guy will give you the hand. Look at Deuteronomy. Why is it important? Because God gives you all read that. Look at Deuteronomy. And thou shalt tread upon their high places. But he shall tread upon their high places. Lord, I think it's this. Give us that. Lord. Nah, I'm not trying to kill anything, man, but like, you know, it's all okay. It's all good. I appreciate y'all. I'm out though, man. Get out of here. We did. We were 2 hours. 2 hours.
I mean, Dallas National, they're all business. So, we do got somebody else. And, those, real. Remember what you had, earlier, say, like, that. And a year, I was Western National voting rights. All right, if y'all's on the stage earlier, you can speak. Say invite back back up. And topic tonight is what's worse than Christianity, drug abuse or gay rights? Y'all doing the conversation. Are you there? Melissa, are you there? Can you hear me yet? Or... All right. I heard a guy. I thought I heard a dude voice. Hey, guy. Hey, she ain't nobody. Hey, he ain't over here property yet. I that's so rebel. Okay. Rebel. So rebel. On stage. Trying to speak. Okay. Mike.
So that you were talking before, and then we're talking about Ethiopia. I was always under the impression that Ethiopia is a very spiritual part of the Bible, and there's significance to the Israelites. Well, I'm just saying I was under the impression because that's what I was taught. Okay, so also I was done with push-ups. And
Good night, man.
okay, yeah, I okay.
Yep. The book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 7. And the children came and increased abundantly in all 11 and 11 and verse 7. But against any of the children of Israel, not a dog or his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that was done to such and his but I would start thinking with this Africans, Egyptians, and Israelites, African Americans. Black nation, African includes Israelites, and they come from Ham. Here's back in the Bible, scholars get that from that first thread. The Compact Bible Dictionary was Ham. The descendants of the original Ham. And these passages, Ham is used as another name for Egypt, as representing Ham's principal descendants. So we know Egypt is a descendant out of Ham. Ham is one of the fathers of Noah has 3 sons, and God. So he's showing us the difference. That's what we're going to read that one. The youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years old, in the 8th century, he became
became the progenitor of the dark race, not the Negro.
Ham became the progenitor of the dark race. And now speaking specifically by saying not the Negro fellas that started transatlantic slavery, sub-Saharan slavery. Native American Indians that were here before.
Not the Negro, but the Egyptian.
You'll get into what fathers have fathers, but it's named them by name.
Not the Negro, but the Egyptian, Ethiopian, Libyan, and Canaanite.
You notice that name, biblically are called hear that, sister?
I did, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
We're not Hamites, we're not Cushite, we are Israelites that come from them.
Another question. The person was asking, I have to answer that. I understand what you're saying. But another question that the person was asking was, why did God choose us? Like, so God had chosen people of everybody else. Why did he choose the Israelites? What did he have against the other nations?
Deuteronomy 7, verse 6.
Okay, yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we don't have verse. Yeah, Deuteronomy 7.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, and verse 6. For thou art an holy people of the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not.
Can I just explain why? Specific why he chosen us before everybody else and they will read on.
Verse 7. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all. But because the Lord loved you,
and there's nothing that God chose us. It's not that we were more in number or right here, and not that they like because what?
But because the Lord loved you, and because he will keep the oath which he hath sworn unto your father.
Okay, what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, though, and I think that's what the other person was asking. What I'm wrap my mind around, why was there a need to choose?
He's asking. This is how we're going to
Well, I got it. Ronnie's not as good. She's not good. What do you like?
Why am I not for it? I just
you'll see why you're not good. Where do you live?
I live in Canada.
Okay, and I live in Utah. So we're not far from each other. Is the government in Canada as legal standard?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Do you know any government anywhere in the entire planet that meets your standards and you're good?
No.
People? Okay, so that's why God chose you to like that you're holy. You're a representative for him on the earth. You didn't catch Deuteronomy chapter 7. God is spirit. And the Bible says, see that worship in this worship in the spirit. We're all on the phone. But the phone in you, and the Bible is okay, so the connection of the Israelites is spirit. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art his holy people unto the Lord thy God. And he said it, we're holy, it's because he is holy. The other nations don't have holiness from God. That's why
Submit God. I'm going to show you the Lord thy God has made a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth, because of the spirit that is inside of the people. Not because of what the spirit is present blood has. The world is corrupt. The Bible speaks about the rise and fall of Gentiles. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks, Rome, fell before God in 6 AD, and then they rise against the Persians. What do? They enslave everybody that's non-white. The Roman Catholic Church is the most powerful entity. These people that put Christ on the cross and got the people to scream out, crucify him, are the same people that rebirth in the 14th century. That's what Renaissance means, rebirth. So they decided this time we're going to make God look like us. That's why the Christian cover is the old man in the cloud with naked creatures around him. Touching the finger of another naked man with his finger. That's the Greek mythology. And then they started a campaign to enslave people of color. And they got
Okay, so I'm getting to that. I'm getting there. Just answer me this one last question. So gods that have eliminated, and I'm saying your reading, the gods have eliminated to choose because he's all knowing, all seeing. So before creating these people, would he be able to, would that not, if he had not created these people, would that not have eliminated the need for him to do this and for all this to be faced?
no, it's necessary. You have free will. To use our food to do what we want to do whatever we like. So when all is said and done, because the end of the Bible is what? The earth being destroyed. The final book of the Bible is
Morning, sir. How are you? I'm well, thank you. And station?
And it's people upon whom is all the apocalypse. Comes from evil, they're going to bring forth a nuclear war. It's the men of the fire war from the sky and burning the earth out. Is that not exactly what Donald Trump is ready to take?
Well, I can see that.
Is North Korea having bombs Kim Jong-un? Is the Arab Spring once we put our hands on uranium and plutonium, we're going to start hellfire in America? So mankind was left to themselves. They were fighting for control. So that's why God has everything now. But then eventually this thing will up. God is right, we will go.
So then he will basically what he will is what's leading all of this.
Yes, that's the problem. That we have free will and we can decide. I don't care if you spit down from our kill. I'm gonna kill. I don't care if you spit down from our kill. I don't want to kill. I don't want to kill. I don't care if you spit down from our kill. So I get this. I get this question from atheists. You believe in God? Do you?
As I said, well, I'm getting there. I was.
I only got these questions from atheists.
I'm not saying. I'm not
Okay, good. So just follow my way of thinking. Because atheists always talk. Well, if God knew all of this, why did he just make us? Okay, the question is that they're asking is, why didn't he remove our free will and create robots? Are you
Well, that's what I understand. That's what I understand.
Are you married? You have children?
I do.
Okay, so what if you found out that you probably
I'm sorry?
how old are your children?
My oldest is 38 and my youngest is 13.
Okay, so what if you found out that your 13 and your 38-year-old child did not love you because you gave them life, but because they were programmed to love you? And if given free will, they would be like, I don't like that.
Oh, okay.
How would that make you feel?
Not good.
Okay. Atheists told me God could have just made everybody good. I don't want that's not real love. Real love, real when it's your personal decision to love the person who they are. Not because I program you to love. I would want to wake up and find out that a woman that I've been with 30 years or 38 years to match the ages of your children. And I find out that the only time is really loves you because they were programmed to. So love is not real unless it's of your free will.
Don't forget that.
That's what God is showing us right now. So that's just Hosea chapter 5.
Read that book of Hosea. Yes, sir. Book of Hosea, chapter 5, verse 15. I will go and return my people till they acknowledge their offense.
Because people are saying that God has a bad They say that where is God? Oh, He's here. We just have to read the book and then we'll know where to look. He's just not interacting to the level that He did historically. He's going to return to my place till they acknowledge their offense,
And seek my face.
which is what we're doing in this room. I never believed in God. My mother used to take us to church and she was always reading the Bible and she was not a nice woman. So I could have missed. She was my first representation of a woman of God, and she was a bad example. But when the thing about people that go to church that love God out, that's what we talk about how she loved Jesus. She didn't know how to love her kids. This book is not for me. So I based my belief on God by my interaction with my mom when I was in church. But then I read the Bible for myself. And I realized the problem is not God, it's human beings. So that's why God says in His head,
I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. And their affliction, they will seek me early.
so what does it mean in your affliction? You go to the doctor, oh, you only got a couple of weeks to live. When you realize that, man, there's nothing left, you're going to start thinking about this to God. It's a freedom of all lives. When people get on their knees when they get bad news, when people lose a loved one, they're calling on people that are not diagnosed, they're calling on God. People are afflicted. All of a sudden, they start saying, this to God. So that's what you're going to see that's going to happen. The world as you know it is going to come to an end. That's why the Bible speaks the end of the world. It speaks of the time as apocalypse, as Armageddon. Nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There shall be wars and rumors and wars. Read it in Malachi chapter 4, verse 1. This is what you're seeing unfolding. You're witnessing the most massive loss of life known to mankind. Read it.
The book of Malachi, chapter 4, verse 1. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven.
So God has written by the prophet Malachi
says the Lord of hosts, and it shall lead them to the root of right. And that's going to happen by man. What you see taking place, Donald Trump going to Venezuela and taking the president out. Now he's going after Greenland. Now Russia has the best place left in the United States of America. Okay, they nicknamed the Middle East and made it into the technical name of the Star Russia is preparing for war around China has submarines because they all have interest in the oil and they all have interest in Greenland. Donald Trump, don't blame him. Okay, he's just a case of a shadow government. And that's why the Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places. It's a fight for control of souls. And that fight is going to become bloody. Okay, eventually, there's going to have to be massive laws of right. That's why the Bible is speaking about the earth being set on fire. Is Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8?
The book of Zechariah, chapter 13 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, who works therein shall be cut off and die.
Well, we got to find on one third we believe in God's word. We don't.
But the third shall be left therein, and I will bring the third one to the fire.
Okay, to prove my point, I keep telling people, and you go to the guys that Google Mark Zuckerberg, the father of Facebook, was built underground bunker because elites are preparing for nuclear war. He spent over $150 million to go underground. He's one of the richest men on the face of the earth. Why are the rich people building underground bunkers? Because they believe in books. You people don't believe in Bible. They're preparing for the end of the world. So they're taking money from everywhere. They don't care who loses their job. They don't care about your life. The way that they're moving, the leaders are moving. They're abandoning their offices because all they care about now, they're preparing for the end of the world. That's what the Bible speaks of. Watch this. I'm going to show you stuff that they don't read in here. Church was set up by the enemy. Give me. Give me Psalm chapter 139 verse 5. No, I'm sorry, I don't want that. I want Isaiah chapter 2 verse 12. But I read the stuff they don't read because church was set up from the word religion. Comes from the Greek word religion, means to hold back and find in the spirit. There's nowhere in the Bible that those things were made up by the powers that be. They have nothing to do with your Bible. If you challenge these religions, which is why we call it religion, it's to show the people that they've been lied. So you go to church on Sunday and you pay your tithes and they indoctrinate you with lies. You don't understand. As a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes named Jesus, he was manufactured in the 14th century by Pope Alexander the Sixth of Rome. Like people work here, he allowed several of his boys here from Holy Spirit women, and they call it authority. That's on their quest for power and conquest. And they treat all non-melanated people of their resources. That's what they're doing now. It's their last stand. Eventually, it's going to become violent because people are going to resist. That's what the Bible says. Isaiah chapter 2 verse 12.
The book of Isaiah chapter 2 verse 12. For the day of the Lord of hosts shall be upon everyone that is proud and lofty.
Because a lot of people, I don't believe in that. Everybody
on this earth, your life is going to come to a grinding halt. God's going to get you. You know,
And upon everyone that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low. And upon all the spirits of Lebanon,
He said, have a good day, travel safe. You will.
and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the high hills that are lifted up, and upon every high tower, and upon every fenced wall, and upon the temples of merchants, and upon the pleasant things, and the loftiness of man shall be bowed down.
because a lot of people but all that for your focus is your how do I save my life? But a person that's been dying in terror, most of you are expecting to die. You know?
And the haughtiness of men shall be made low, and the Lord alone shall be exalted.
At one point, whoever doesn't believe in God is going to believe in God in that day. You know?
And they shall go into the holes of the rock.
That's why I brought up Mark Zuckerberg in creating underground markets. I've been reading about this since the early 90s. The book of The Pale Horse by William Cooper. He always knows time is going to come when the elites of the earth are going to go underground. He always spoke about this until he had UFOs. He said, was right there's an underground city, and they're all over the world. Look, I'm a movie right now about these people building an underground city where it looked like the sun was out. I forgot the name of these people. But you can see helicopters flying in, you can see subways, cars, and they literally were going underground. And they were preparing for loss of life on the earth. Okay, so there is nothing about the religion.
And they shall go into the holes of the rock, and into the caves of the earth, for fear of the Lord.
They're hiding now. The elites of the earth are hiding. I told you guys to watch the Netflix movie, House of Dynamite, where they showed you a simulation of what would happen if we use this. And they showed you a reenactment of responded, responded, the Pentagon responded, okay, and the military responded. There wasn't a lot of action in the movie, there was a lot of reaction. And it showed you the reality of every one of those systems that I'm talking about. Because in the movie, they said you don't know exactly. But on impact, it will kill 9 million. But before, when I used to tell these stories, based on my research, it will kill maybe 1 million on impact. And the radiation fallout will kill people over a course of weeks. No, the bombs are 10 times stronger from when I did the research. And they now say that one of those bombs on impact is hit the major city. The movie was going to hit Chicago, and 9 people will be killed. Okay, so the movie is watching on Netflix. I watched it like 3 times already because I now can see a better understanding of what's going on. Why is it the movie? Because we believed before that America was able to stop nuclear attack. And now we know that you cannot stop the nuclear attack, as when they tried to stop the missile strike. And the guy says, this is what $50 billion did nothing. He said it's like trying to hit a bullet with a bullet. He said this was a waste of money. So what did everybody do? They started to go underground. There was a scene in there where they were like, why do you get to go and I can't go? But it took the people, the necessary, and they went around. And then the
I shut the fuck up. Yo.
And they shall go into the holes of the rock.
Shut the fuck
And
up.
into the caves of the earth. For fear of the Lord. And for the glory of his majesty. He arises and sits ever in the earth.
How is God going to take control of the earth? For the faith of Isaiah chapter 13, verse 13. We're invited to this man is over and over and over and over.
The book of Isaiah chapter 13, verse 13. Therefore, I will shake the heaven, and the earth shall remove out of her place, in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his furious.
They're not talking about this in church. What are they saying in church? Everything's going to be all right now. Church believer has been God is good all the time. That's what they're saying in the church. They're not reading these scriptures that I'm sure you guys have. Amos chapter 9, verse 8.
The book of Amos chapter 9 and verse 8. Behold, the eyes of the Lord, behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon this people, and I will destroy on the face of the earth.
This was continuous in the entire Bible.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24, and verse 1. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the building of the temple.
Because the disciples were intrigued by the church which was rebuilt by Herod. So Christ had to put them straight, and he said, read on.
And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things?
He said, you don't see all these things that's going on around you. Read on.
Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left even one stone upon another, that shall not be thrown down.
And the temple was destroyed in 70 AD by Titus the First. The father and son to the world, mountains surrounded Jerusalem, and they broke down the wall and set the city on fire. That's why Jesus wept over the city. He was warning them that eventually mankind was going to become so evil that they would attack all the place. You know?
And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be?
So I was scared. Now they want to know what is going to happen. You know?
And what shall be the sign of thy coming?
Because Christ said he would return when the world was about to be burned. That's why he's told his Savior. You know?
And of the end of the world.
So Christ is talking about the end of the world. You people are talking about the love of Jesus. The clueless. Nobody else knows what was going on in this Bible. You know?
And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive.
So the first warning was, beware of the deception of man. You know?
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
That didn't happen when he walked up. He told Peter, Peter said, I'm ready to go to prison. He said, no, Peter. The time is going to come when you're going to deny me 3 times. Because the government had demanded an hour to release Christ. Because they were afraid of them. Because they knew upon the rising of the Israelites. The Bible prophesied the rise and fall of the whole empire. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks. Then when Jesus Christ was born, Rome was in power. And the leader of the Roman Empire wanted Jesus Christ dead. The Christian church doesn't point that out to you. It's telling you about the love of Jesus and singing songs about him. And you people don't understand nothing about the love of Jesus. And
argue about the Christ in the Council of Nicaea, and then 1100 years later, under the Roman Empire, the same people that killed them were supposed to kill them. They did a rebirth. That's what the Renaissance did. Rebirth. And that's when you start seeing all the hard work of God being white, sitting in the clouds, which you cannot find that in the Bible. A white Jesus with blonde hair and blue eyes, which you cannot find that in the Bible. And then they started telling you the people of the Bible to be white. So that's why Christ warned, read it again.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ.
To call yourself a Christian, that means that you are Christ-like. He said after he dies, then he shall come in his name. But from there we got Methodist, Baptist, Presbyterian, Protestant, Lutheran, Pentecostal, Mormonism, Calvinist, okay? All those common denominators of Jesus Christ. None of those belief systems are in the Bible. They were made up. Historically, all of them have this. They have nothing to do with Jesus. It's just different thought processes on how we should follow this man named Jesus, who only document history we have with them is what's written in the scripture. So many looked at the way that he lived, the way that he walked, and the way he talked, and there's no religious denominations around him. And all of you swear you're in the right church. All these religions cannot be right. Really?
And shall deceive many.
And they're going to be deceived because the end result with all these churches is for you to pay their tithes and listen to their lies. Churches are money-making business. Business is paid to sell you a dream. Nothing that you do in the churches are what is conducted in the Bible. All of your religions are fake, and you're going to realize when it's too late that you made a mistake. Read on.
And you shall hear of war.
So he said after the rise was formed in his name, you're going to hear of wars and what?
And rumors of war.
Read on.
See that ye be not troubled.
The people of God will not be troubled when the war breaks out. Why? Read on.
For all these things must come to pass.
Because it's written in prophecy. There's no way you can stop it. People are saying Donald Trump is a madman. No, we read the Bible. Know what he's doing. He's bringing us to the brink of World War III, into the valley of Jehoshaphat. Okay, the Bible says that tension is going to rise by the river Euphrates, which is in the Middle East, which is why you have conflict on the Gaza Strip. Why you have them now attacking Qatar and attacking Yemen and all these strategically making them block Iran. Okay, they have allies. They have allies that have nuclear capabilities. So while you people are in your Star Wars and you're watching your movies, your Netflix, and you're planning on renovating your house, you're going to be burned to the ground. You're going to die by fire. That's what the Bible says. When the Bible speaks of a lake of fire, it tells us because men are going to make fire fall from the sky. Maybe 100 years ago we could laugh about that, but now men do have the science and the technology to make fire fall from the sky. That's why I like the movie Unfortunately. Okay, because it shows what happens when a missile enters the United States airspace. They cannot stop it. The only thing they can do is what happened in that movie. Go underground. Like it said in Isaiah. God keeps telling you that when the fear comes to the government, they're going to go underground. Therefore, one doesn't have to lie. Once they get it in the air, they can be still in the air. They never have to lie to them. And they're going to take the special personnel and go underground. Because they believe that they have a kind of place, but it builds an ecosystem underground where you don't need got bad time. Well, people is dying. It's permanent. And the story Neil, the Matrix, this million machines became attacked, and they fought over the world, and now they okay, so the church cannot talk the way I'm talking and bring the Bible to life.
Independence Day, they use aliens.
Independence Day, the aliens did it. Launched a nuclear attack and destroyed the earth. They show it all the time in Hollywood. Most of those movies were made based on the woman who wrote the storyline for the Matrix. She said she got it from the Bible.
Morning.
The same thing with
Morning.
what's his name again? The with John O'Connor. She just put John O'Connor instead of J.C. John O'Connor was supposed to be the savior of the world. Jesus Christ was supposed to be the savior of the world. Okay, so there's ladies in the storyline. You people feel like most of the stuff that you're seeing unfold based on what's taking place on the Bible. A nuclear war is coming, and billions of people are going to die, and most of you don't know why. Most of you are going to die. The earth's population is going to be reduced drastically. He's not a madman. People are going according to God's plan. That's why he says, you are not going to be able to stop this. Really, later.
Matthew chapter 24 and verse 6. He shall hear a war, and rumors of war. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass.
There's not going to be no peaceful resolution when they decide not to fight each other.
Read on. But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There shall be famine, and pestilences, and earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrow.
So I don't understand how you people are in church studying, laying these people's songs, and paying tithes and lifting the eyes and the prosperity speaking of the pastors. Nothing that he says lines up with the Bible. Nothing that he says. Go to the last book of the Bible. How about these folks? Your church is a failure. You're giving away your money on Sunday. You're paying your pastor money and you're making money. When it comes to the word of God, you're never going to get your I heard an atheist say, and he made so much sense. It's not the part of the Bible that I don't understand. He says the stuff that is used on that night. Okay? That's what Herod was worried about when he did Matthew chapter 2. When he was trying to kill a innocent baby. And then when that baby grew up, he served. And said, kill him, then crucify him, kill him. So a lot of people say the Bible is not real, but when you read about what's going on in there, making it sense, it has nothing to do with religion. It was empires fighting over control of the earth. Rome was the last empire before the Bible ends. With the book of Revelation. And Rome fell in 193 AD under a
that was a puppet belief system. But the vision world needed a replacement. That's why you see the mafia and the mob intertwined in the Vatican Church. Okay? None of these people are worshiping God. None of these things are nothing about God. You know what you've been told. And what you've been told is not according to this book that we're reading now. Revelation chapter 18.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 2. And after these things, I saw another beast out of heaven.
Stop. Let's go to Revelation chapter 1. Because John the Revelator is gathered in the islands of God. God. So, Christ came in the spirit and showed visions of the future. And told him to write these things down for people in the future to believe. Read it, Revelation 1 verse 1.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1 and verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to do unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass.
So this was prophecy in my opinion. In the heavens and things on the earth. Now go to Revelation.
The book of Revelation, chapter 18 and verse 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, yet having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils.
We gotta stop here. Because in the ancient Babylon, and then God describes the place that currently remembers ancient Babylon. They will take on the characteristics of ancient Babylon. Why do you think on the map of this Babylon there's an eagle on one side and there's a pyramid from Egypt, ancient Egyptian pyramid on the other side? You guys ever wonder when they put the dollars together, what was that symbolism? Why do you have picture of Egypt on American money? Why is there an eyeball glowing at the top of the pyramid? And there was an ancient deity of the all-seeing eye of God. Why do they have the top of the pyramid detached? Why is it saying in Latin, Novus Ordo Seclorum? Why does it say on the other side, Anoint Collectus means our enterprise? Because they were going to amass enough money to act as God on the earth. And actually do things the way they wanted to do it in defiance of God. Because God still has the power. What has the money has the power to devour? That's what's going on here. Follow the money. Okay? And you give people power to do it of everybody. When you read in the beginning of the Bible, the enslavement, they were enslaving everybody. They enslaved the children of God and God had to free them. You people are slaves right now. You don't have no freedom. You don't have no space for all what's going on. They shot a woman in the face in Minnesota. They said that they're going after illegals and they're citizens that say, look, what's going on here? We're supposed to be civilized. You're supposed to be the good guys. Now, slowly, everybody's starting to question it's becoming a prison state. People are complaining about what, like I said, Donald Trump is the face. He is the face. Your hands beyond him is puppet. Attacking him is stupid. Okay? Because they took a celebrity with a presence and they put him in office to execute things on this earth. And some of you people are saying things. Nobody, like he said, he's going up in England. They're mobilizing right now. He's taking up Canada. So
You know what I'm saying?
An emergency.
Billions of people are going to die. And I'm going to show you why. You know? And the hold of every power, period, and the aid of every unclean and hateful burden. And that's what you're seeing of every foul spirit and every unclean and hateful burden. Okay, the Bible is written similar to mentality. Okay, God can have everything spelled out so that you can see it clearly because He's going to destroy His will. After the prophet, but oh, now we know what the prophet is a thing. Abundant conditions that fill the prophetic word that God told.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good night. Feel better, baby.
And they have the characteristics in Babylon. Like, for instance, you guys just celebrated Christmas, and you're going to see it there, and you decorate. That's what they used to do in ancient Babylon. You people just believe that's the fact. What God
Then turn right on message from trip coordinator. Dialysis located next.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word which you, the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the ways of the heathen.
But God told his people
and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at
the heathen didn't have a God, so they made things up. Look at what they made up. Read on.
for the customs of the people are vain.
They had vain customs that they put in place because they were not dealing with the God in this life. So what did they do? Read on.
For one cutteth a tree out of the wood. The work of the hand of the workman is the act.
So some of you may have not had a tree. Some of you got a tree. Babylon also.
They decorate with
And
silver
you decorated that tree. And you said that you're doing it because it's easy. It's a jolly time of the jingle bells, jingle bells. What is that? That's not biblical. That was made up by man. When the tree in the house is decorated with silver and gold, that's ancient Babylonian custom. Okay? And then when I showed it to people, they say, oh, well, it's for the kids. Okay, it's for the kids. You taught the kids about Santa Claus, right? Look up the origin of Santa Claus. It was a heathen called Krampus. Just look it up. Krampus. And they switched it to a fat guy with a red costume. And then they made the elves look probably they were demons. Why do you think his name is Santa? You know the asswife. S-A-N-T-A and S-A-N-T-A-N. They didn't have the exact same letters in it.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's. The app today.
I will not. I'm ready when you are.
Hello?
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, can you move to the first speaker for me? I'm sorry.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's. The app today.
I will not.
I can have.
Let me get.
Morning, sorry.
Good morning, sir. No worries. What are the chances you serve coffee this time of the morning? Awesome. Let me get a small black coffee, 4 sugars. Yeah, let me get that strawberry pie.
I want one or two. I think 2 or 3.
All right, I get 2, and let me get a 10-piece with a couple barbecues. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. That'll complete my order. Thank you.
988.
On my way. Thank you, brother. Top of the morning again.
Top of the morning, brethren. How you?
Doing great, man. Live video by my son.
I know that's right. I know that's right. That's the outlet we all need to have.
We live in a world where we looking at all the negative, and I learned that whole taking the good and the bad. That's part of also the yin and yang proverbs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So people don't really understand that whole. Just because something seems bad doesn't mean that you can't find good within it.
No.
That's like a person.
Yeah.
Just because they've done something bad, don't mean there's no good inside of them.
Absolutely. 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 Plus,
You just gotta add to it.
plus the God of our fathers
Yes.
says that nothing happens, good or bad, that his hand ain't in. So we have, right, we're supposed to actually look at it and work with it.
Exactly.
Right?
To build you.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. That's it.
A lot of people don't understand.
Nah.
They said they better sit around and beg for the next hour.
Look, man, I don't meet too many people, right, that actually got a mind like yours. So it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, brethren. Kareem Daniel, brother.
If I see you again, which is in the making, then I'll see you again.
Yo, you'll see me again.
God willing, man.
God willing. Up there? Go up there?
Yeah, you good, man.
All right.
Fuck away from myself.
Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you. You as well, dear. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, let's see if I got it. I normally don't carry cash. This is Uber Eats. All right, bro. Do it again. Come on. Andy. You, Joyce. Yes, ma'am.
Joyce?
Yes, ma'am. I am well. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? I did dig it.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. 16 degrees out. On the parkway, so I gotta go this way.
Right there.
Right, but the parkway, it wants me to get on the parkway.
Oh, that's the parkway. See, the car's going.
Yeah, but
Oh, you gotta
I
go
gotta,
that
yeah, I gotta
way.
go that way in to get it.
No, you go this way, and it's a thing that you can turn up in there.
I think it's a further,
Huh?
but we'll see.
Yeah, I know, cause that's where they usually go. Watch. Don't pass it though.
Yeah, Mom, it's there.
It's a little.
See, it's
No,
up there.
go make a right here.
It's right there.
See? Now go up that ramp.
I can't.
The ramp.
I can't.
Yeah, right here. See? Ramp. That's where I want to go, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
A lot of people don't know because the way it's, built right there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell it was there.
Uh-huh. Well, I know because usually they go this way or they go the other way. But the other way, to me, is longer.
Much longer. So the parkway is better. So I get off at, I think it's 150. Either 148 or 150. Well, this is 140. What do they want me to do? Okay. They want me to go the other way around. With 153 to 3.
Are they telling you to go back around?
Yeah. No, I'm going to get on the parkway and go to 153.
Oh, okay.
And get on Route 3 and then on to 507, which is Rutherford Avenue. It's a mess. Been living in Essex County my whole life and still don't know how to get it right.
I don't do that.
So you knew that?
Especially downtown, I wouldn't even know where to go.
Yeah, nah. I mean, here's what I know. I remember when McCrory's was down there in Woolworth.
Right, baby.
Right?
That was the store.
Right. So as long as Broad and Market is Broad and Market, I'm good.
Yeah.
But there are no more landmarks that I remember. Like
no, because everything down there new.
Yeah.
Got all the stores.
Bamberger's is gone, Macy's is gone, Woolworth is gone.
You look that old.
55.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
I know. McCrory's was still down there.
Yeah, when I was a kid. Yes, ma'am.
Because McCrory's was our treat.
Yeah.
My mother used to take us down there and get us pizza and a drink.
That wasn't that pizza. Listen,
that was the best pizza.
Best pizza.
Yes.
Then we go hit the Paramount.
Yes. Oh yeah, the movie.
That's right. Go hit the Paramount or the one over there on Halsey. That was the Bradford Theater or the Paramount Theater. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, it was two movies out there.
Yeah, it was.
It sure was. We used to get in the one on Market Street free.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's sister was the manager there.
Okay.
Let us in free.
We used to sneak in. Yeah, I remember.
Back then in the day, nobody paid you no attention.
Nah, because it was all good. Newark was a different place. I remember we could go in there. I would go in the morning. I wouldn't be out of there till the evening because I could watch all the movies. Like The Castle. Remember The Castle in Irvington? That one, you could just, that was a party. I'm kind of glad they shut that one down because that was a party. Couldn't even watch the movie in peace. I miss Newark.
Then they made it an arcade.
Yeah. And see, I remember the arcade downtown on that's Market Street. Right next to the movie theater. Yep. Yeah, we had a good time in there. And I remember
to come out
that not even right.
At night you gotta help you go in there.
Remember.
Because the church of the cop shop Martin Luther King.
Did not.
I think it's
Probably.
No. Evergreen. Wherever Evergreen is. That's downtown Newark, right? Like
Evergreen? I have no idea.
I think it's going down there.
Gotta be one of them new streets they put up.
Said they was shooting and shot the wrong person.
Of course. Lovely.
Yeah. I believe whoever that cop was crazy.
More than
I
likely.
believe he was prejudiced because it was Martin Luther King birthday. And you know, if you know, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people. That's doctors or
Well, you know, it's funny because I don't celebrate my own birthday or my children's birthdays, right? Because according to the Bible, the only days we're supposed to observe are the days God gave us.
That's right.
So
And
that would
that's
be
what Muslims do.
right. Nothing other than what God gave us, right? Yeah, I took Shahada in '94. Yeah, because I wanted to study Islam. I'm yo soy Boricua, right? I'm what people call Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans is Jews. So we practice, you know, the law, statutes, and commandments. We observe the high holy days, feast days, but I wanted to learn about Islam. So I
took my Shahada. Well, not Shahada. Back then in '75, it was under Farrakhan though.
okay,
And you had to, they gave you a paper to write.
right,
You had to copy everything that he had on that paper. And then they give you your X.
right,
Like, I think mine was 5X. And when you do it, I guess they go by how many names. Like, if it's 5 choices, I'm number 5. Like that.
Right.
I guess that's how it is. But anyway, then I revert to Allah. But I really believe that you should not, that you, if you teach your kids because you want to, that's good. But say, for instance, you can't buy them kids nothing for Christmas. Them kids gonna be so sad because they think Santa Claus ain't come see them. Still telling them their mommy and your daddy did their best in what you know.
See, but I was fortunate, right? Because as a child, I never celebrated Christmas. Something about it didn't sit well in my spirit.
No?
Never. I watched my family do it, but I could never partake because it had nothing to do with Christ. Nothing at all. Christ was not born in the dead of winter.
As a kid, like when I was little, young, my mother did celebrate. But when I had my kids, I didn't because I was Muslim and the first Christmas for them, I spent my rent money.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I said my kids ain't going without a Christmas.
Yeah.
And you know what? I got put out.
And so now they
So
going without a
ever
home.
since then, it was like a roof over your head and food in your mouth.
That's right.
But what I did do, if I had $50, because stuff was cheap then.
Back then, yeah.
Yeah, I buy a bite or something for my kids, and I gave it to them. I didn't wait till Christmas and all that. So when Christmas came, they had so much food. Think about it.
You know, for me, I watched my mother do it, my sisters, my aunts, my uncles, everybody did it. I couldn't partake in it because I studied the Bible as a child, and
Your mother ain't say,
so my mother couldn't say anything because she was a pastor, right? And I used to challenge her in the Bible. In the Bible, in the book of Jeremiah, I think it's the 10th chapter, he says, don't go into the forest, don't chop down a tree, don't drag the tree out of the forest, don't bring that tree into your house, do not nail that tree with fasteners onto your floor, do not stand it straight up, do not garnish it with silver and gold, do not put gifts on it. That sounds like the Christmas tree. So I challenge her. It says don't do this, but look, you got a tree in our house. I studied that the tree was an ancient Babylonian custom worshiping Tammuz, the son of Nimrod. It's old paganism and has nothing to do with Christ. In fact, no holiday celebrated in this country, in this nation, not one of them is based on God. It's all based on satanic rituals, all of it. Easter, Christmas, Valentine's Day, New Year's, all of it is based on some paganism, nothing to do with God. So I don't observe none of it. Birthdays, I never celebrated a birthday in my life, ever, because I couldn't. It just, again, it's not of God. God doesn't, the two times that a birthday was celebrated in the Bible, death and destruction followed. So I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Plus, no one can, again, if you want me to believe that it's good, then show me the book, chapter, and verse. Even in the Quran, show me anywhere where God's writing permits us to celebrate the pagan holidays. Show me anything. Yeah. So my family hated me and still probably does.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, because I don't partake in their, in their vain observations, because it's vanity.
But you visit them when you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I speak to my mother regularly. My children, no, because religion, right? As I read growing up, I could never find religion in the Bible or in the Quran. I never found, even in the Quran, the word used is debt. The Lord says to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Today my debt is paid." He never called it a religion. Islam is not a religion. It's not. We're not supposed to be. Religion are created by men to control men. So my mother was a Presbyterian. First she started as a Baptist, then a Pentecostal, then a Presbyterian. She went through all of that. Still Christianity, but the Christianity that she was teaching was white supremacy. My mother's a black woman, and she got white Jesus on the wall. And I never understood. Like, who is this white man? And one. No, he was born in the spring during the Passover. He was born in the spring. He was born on the Passover and he died on the Passover. And this is biblical fact. It's like it's written. Right? The problem is that even the Arab has lied to us and made us believe that he's the head. And according to scripture, he is not. No one talked like for instance, this nation here was occupied by our ancestors when the Spanish and the English got here. When those white people got here, our people were already here, right? They talk, and it's a well-known slave trade. Everyone knows the transatlantic slave trade, but no one talks about the sub-Saharan slave trade that the Arabs were behind. And there's actual proof of the slave trade where Islamic teaching teaches about Bilal, the first Muslim, the first one to accept Rasulullah besides his wife was Bilal. And Bilal was a captive. He was a slave. They took him captive and sold him. And those were the Arabs who were selling our people. Hell, up until they killed Gaddafi, right now, they're still selling our people over there in Libya. Right now, today, they're still selling our people as slaves. Right now. Right now. Malcolm X went to Mecca in 65, I think. Had he gone 1 year earlier, they'd have took him captive because they were selling slaves until 1964. People think slavery was a long time ago. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was just yesterday. And in some places, it's still happening. It's still happening. Now, slavery been going on since 1492 in this country. 1492. The country wasn't established till 1776. Our ancestors were already here, and these people were going back and forth stealing people. It's crazy. Like I said, the Bible. Like now, I study the Bible hard because it's the book of our fathers, right? It's not the book of the Arabs. The Quran is the book of the Arabs. We follow it, we learn from it, we accept it, but the reality is that it was given to the sons of Ishmael and nobody else. Like the Bible was given to the sons of Jacob, the Israelites, and nobody else. And we, what we call African American, Black, Hispanic, Latino of indigenous descent, and Native Americans, we are the descendants of Jacob Israel. We are the 12 tribes of Israel on this side of the world. But they keep that secret because they don't want us to know that. But you gotta imagine.
For us, it's only one God.
That's right. One God. Right.
And how you look at it.
And even he says, right? He speaks about other gods. Allah in the Quran speaks about other gods. He says he's right. The beat is in here, right? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, definitely. 443.
Okay, right here.
Right here?
Going to the beach.
Right, where's your entry point? That's where you get in right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it should be.
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear. You have a great day. Oh, no.
Head to your pickup at 433 Chase Avenue.
Okay, so eventually, there's a lot of people doing things that are wrong, but that's why the Bible speaks of a great day of judgment. Amos chapter 9, verse 8, reader.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Amos, chapter 9 and verse 8. Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon this sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth.
So I rather take my chances not being in a free fall, so I don't get destroyed the way God says. Because a lot of people don't believe it's going to happen. Drop down to verse 10.
Verse 10. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword. Which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us.
Because people believe nothing's going to happen to me. Why would God be worried about me? The Bible says you're going to die if you don't comply. He already did it before in the beginning of the Bible, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. The people thought they would be kept alive. But what did God do? He unalived them. Read it.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 6 and verse 5. And the Lord and God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually.
You cannot rebel against God, what God got to say, and think you're going to get away. God can look and see things and disrupt your life at any time. Read it again.
And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repented me that I have made them.
So, I don't think you people understand. This earth is going to be destroyed again.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Malachi chapter 4 and verse 1. For behold, the day cometh that thou fearest all the crowd, yea, and all that wickedly shall be covered. And the day that cometh that thou burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall be neither root nor branch. The book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 8. Now first, write it before them in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come, forever and ever, that this is a rebellion, lying children, sinners that will not hear the law of the Lord. Which they to the seer, not. And to the prophet, prophesy not unto us, right? Number 8, bind up the tongue. Here is the law among my disciples. Of Revelation chapter 7. And I saw another after the seal of the living God, and cried with a loud voice, the 4 angels, to whom was given the earth, and the sea. They heard not the earth, neither the sea, nor the tree, till we have sealed the servant of our God. For
You're welcome. You as well. Thank you.
Hold on a second. But you are the prodigal son. When they get older, hold on. Hold on. And you had the free will to persecute your own begotten. What do you think Jesus Christ thought about you? Your it took you to 36 and losing all your teeth, you to figure out that he was the will, the right, and the way. Oh, now it's about the Christian. But you really was about to whoop off. We all gonna die. No person yeah, the holy Shabbat.
To the book of Matthew, chapter 28. Very, I say unto you, there be some standing here, some not any of them. You know, the face of death is to know that when you die and it's something Christ, when he walked the earth, he said there's some of these things
all die. There's nothing we can do about it. Read it now. I despise the black. Read it.
Very, I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
So Christ is dead. Okay? He said he's going to set up a kingdom in the future. He says when that kingdom is set up, when he's coming to set that kingdom up, you're going to take what death is up. You heard how moist he was?
Look how moist he was.
So they were asking Jesus, who can be saved? Because Christ kept telling them over and over, destruction is coming. Destruction is coming. Stop saying this stupid thing that people are saying in the church. You know?
But Jesus beheld it and said unto them, this is impossible. But with God, all things are possible.
So watch this, watch this, watch this. You know?
Then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and followed him.
They said we gave up our whole life to follow him. You know?
What shall we have therefore?
What are we going to get for following Christ? You know?
And Jesus said unto them, verily, I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration.
Regeneration means we're going to get to the Lord in another lifetime. Because all these men are dead. He said, you which have followed me in the regeneration. You know?
When the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory.
Because we never sat on the throne of glory when we walked on it. He's talking about in the future. But you still don't Christians because you run your mouth and you don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand the Bible. Okay? So that's why he interrupts. All of you have been here before. It's not your first time on this earth. So that's why Christ told them, read it again.
Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, he also shall sit upon the 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
Because the kingdoms of this earth are going to be destroyed. God said he's going to create new heavens and a new earth with the sun ruling. What is it that comes back? Revelation chapter 1, verse 7.
Book of Revelation, chapter 1 and verse 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him.
Who pierced him? Rome, 2,000 years ago. This is when Christ returned. Okay? Why do you think I said the things I'm showing you, they cannot return? They only have to tell you lies and make you disguise and give you prosperity and tell you just throw a offering and God is going to pour out blessings from the heavens on you. I see someone that has the arthritis or the gout or someone's battling with cancer. Just get your MasterCard or your credit card and just throw an offering of not $1,000 but $999. And that's the number that God told me. And we have to make that number.
listen to that. The church is back with that stupidity. Christ didn't say those things that you people are repeating in your church. He was talking about destroying this kingdom. That's why they destroyed him when he walked the earth. And then he tells the disciples, I'm going to come back in the future instead of God's kingdom. That's why he told them in the regeneration. What gets regenerated? Your soul. We're all on the soul. We can't see each other. When you die, this is the thing that's crazy. This is the thing that's crazy. You're all alive right now. And you know that you're going to be faced with death. You don't even wonder what happens to you, the essence of you, when your body expires and it goes into the ground. Where's your consciousness? Where's your soul? What's going to happen when your body expires? Let's say you live for 100 years old and you die peacefully in your death. What happens to the soul of you, who you are? I'm going to tell you. Revelation chapter 20, verse 11. Read it.
Revelation chapter 20, verse 11. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whom the face of the earth and the heaven fled away.
So this is in the spirit world. Because the Bible tells you God is a spirit. And he that worships him must worship him. So when you die, the spirit leaves your body and goes before the throne of God in his loving dominion. You know? Meaning, if you don't find your place on earth, you're not going to find your place when God goes to do your work. Because you die, your body goes into the dirt, it becomes dust, and then your soul goes to God before it goes. Read on.
And I saw the dead, all in great, stand before God.
This is what happens to you when you die. Whether you fall on the earth or breathe on the earth. Your soul leaves your body and it goes before God. Read on.
And the books were open.
And he's going to open the books, the records he had while he was on this earth. Read on.
And another book was open, which is the book of life.
Because this book tells you how to live your life. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. Honor your mother and your father. Love your neighbor. Forgive, which is what mankind does not do. Man is evil. And they want to do whatever they want on this earth. But there is a final judge, which is God, your creator. And when it comes to him, you people are haters.
And the dead were judged, which were written in the book.
Because God documented everything he did on this earth, even his conversation. The dead were judged out of those things which were written in the book. Read on.
According to their works.
So you don't escape. You don't escape. And you can leave this earth peacefully if you live a godly life. Or you can leave this earth violently. Which is what I was trying to explain to that idiot king that is running his mouth. I don't talk to stupid people. Okay? And most of you people are sorry if you're in the Christian church, you're stupid. You don't know this Bible. So, moderate, do you have anybody else here?
Sorry, yes, I think that. Yeah, they got it. Are you?
Typing a lot in the chat. You're
That's
running
not
your mouth.
me, yes.
Listen to me. You're running your mouth in the chat. Why should I do that?
I think action said that.
Why should I entertain you now? You think I didn't know what you was writing in the chat?
So I'm asking you.
Do you think that I
Morning, sir. How are you? I'm well, thank you. 210191.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
I wanted to ask a question.
What again?
Right, as I was reading, I keep coming across this Leviathan. Is Leviathan also Revelation 2, when you say we consider as fire going to be at the end of the earth? Do you think that this Leviathan is going to be an actual part of that?
Okay, this is the preview.
Yes, sir.
God has did it.
Yes, sir.
And it's described in detail. Like, remember, at one time, they found remnants of dinosaurs, animals that very, very old. Things of the world. Yes, God has recreated Leviathan and what's the other one again?
I know one of them is a sea creature and the other one is a land creature, supposedly. But he killed one of them off.
Grade school shit.
Oh, the other one? Read it again, second Exodus chapter 6, verse 47.
Second Exodus chapter 6 and verse 47. Upon the fifth day thou sayest unto the seventh part, where the waters gathered, that is to bring forth living creatures, fowls and fishes, and so it came to pass. For the dumb water and thou life living things, at the commandment of God, that all people might praise unto him. Then it is now ordained two living creatures, the one called is and the other the Leviathan.
Those are the creatures. Those are land, those in the water. Read also.
And it separates the one from the other. For the seventh part, namely, for the water was gathered together, might not hold them both.
That's how huge they were. You understand? Okay, so Leviathan is described in this, like, there's myth that they say that this thing, because remember, there's no technology by man that can explore the ocean. You can only do it with a car. And every time they do a little bit, they find little creatures that more about outer space than the water that's under the water because they don't have any technology that can go to the depths. But they are finding new life there that they never ever seen. Okay, so they're there.
asking him. So you believe that there's a real Leviathan huge like that that's sort of yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I asked the Christian, they looked at me and was like, nah, that ain't right. I was looking like,
It's dumb. They don't know nothing about the Bible.
yes, sir.
You look dumb.
Yes, sir. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, I'll mute my mic, man. I'll be back.
Okay. All right, bro. We got Sandra. Sandra on stage.
I'm here.
How you doing?
I'm good.
So, do you see the topic? What's worse, 16 to reach the game box together?
I just want to talk about Christianity. I think that Christianity is stupid. And I think as black people, from wherever in the world you're from, you shouldn't. It's stupid for you to be a Christian. Christianity was literally used to colonize Africa. They first went to Africa as missionaries spreading the word of God, and then all of a sudden they end up colonizing the whole of Africa. Christianity has nothing to do with black people. Like, you're supposed to believe that Adam and Eve are your ancestors, Abraham, David, all that shit. Christianity is basically just a story of Jews going from one place to another, and it has nothing to do with a black person. You don't hear anything about an Adiola or Akimani or whatever the fuck you're from in Africa. It's so stupid. It's just a way to control people, and I find it so weird that black people, and I know black people are spiritual, but the biggest scam in all of this is black people all over the world, especially in Africa, lost their actual religion that made sense to who they were, creation stories that made sense to who they were as people, to take on this new religion that told them some fucking Jews are their ancestors, and it makes no sense. So, yeah, Christianity might definitely be the worst. Drug abuse and gun violence isn't great, but I think that black people all over the world, when they are liberated from this idea of spirituality and this brainwashing, are going to be better off overall. So that's just my view.
So, Sandra, do you believe in God?
I believe in God because every culture in this world, including African culture, Asian culture, you name it, they all believe in a God that's this omnipresent being that's all seeing and all empowering and always. So every culture you go to, they believe in a God that's very similar to what maybe the Christians say. Christianity is just some man-made bullshit, just like most religions, to control the masses. It's bullshit, it's stupid. And Africans and black people are so into this religion and they're so believing. But the reason they do it is because Africans, black people in general, are very spiritual beings. And when they lost their own religion, they had to lean onto this weird religion where there's a blonde-haired man with blue eyes that's supposed to be their God, their leader. But it's stupid. It has nothing to do with us. And that's just my view.
Well, I think the thing is, there have been lies that have been made up because the Bible does not say to follow Christianity. Christianity was made 300 years after Christ died under a man-made continent. And they came up with their ideologies concerning Christ. And then 1,100 years later, the 14th century and the Renaissance period, Pope Alexander VI of Rome gave us a white image of Jesus Christ. If we Google right now the Black Madonna, it's going to show you Jesus Christ, a man of color. The Bible said he had skin of brass and hair of gold. They said it looked as if he was burned in a furnace. When you speak about his great-great-great-great-grandfather, which is Solomon, which the Queen of Sheba came to see him, he describes himself
in Song of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 5, reader. And he does not describe himself as a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. In fact, he says this.
This is the book of Psalm Solomon, chapter 1. I am black, but O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the taste of Kedar.
Kedar is the Hebraic word for dark skin. You can look it up. You can Google it. So you're right about the manufacturing of white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. They came from the Roman Catholic Church in the 14th century. They got Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci to whitewash the art. I have books and history that documents this. I have a book called Russian Icons by Vladimir Ivanov. He shows the artwork before Christianity was made. All the people were black.
But here's the thing though, even if these people were, as you say, not white and they were black or they had dark skin, whatever you want to call it, those people were Middle Eastern. That still has nothing to do with black people. They were brown people, they had darker skin and maybe curly hair, whatever you want to call it, but they were not Africans, they were not black. This is not our religion. You can try and pacify it and tell yourself things that, oh, Jesus was black. Jesus, according to all actual science and historical context, never existed. This is not our religion at the end of the day. Religions that make sense to black people were in Africa, where they had creation stories that made sense to who we were, but Africans are so brainwashed that when they got colonized, they were told they were
Turning in this one. Go straight.
that has nothing to do with us at the end of the day. We had better religions that defined us better as a people.
Straight through the gate.
It's all just about like the Roman Catholic Church ruled the world for centuries and still has a lot of power to this day. The same people that brought this
Yes. This one here. Straight, left or right? Go straight. Where's your truck? Which one? This one? All right. Have a great day. Stay warm.
Okay, we believe in history and prophecy. And this is a prophecy that Christ said after he died would take place. Revelation chapter 2, verse 9.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty.
So he said the true people of God will be in tribulation and poverty. You know?
But thou art rich.
Because they have a connection to God, unlike these people. Read on.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not.
So Christ
but do lie.
Saying that they are the Jews of the book and are not, but what are they?
But are the synagogue of Satan.
So we know historically that there was people who started to call themselves Jews in 7th century AD. This is historic. This is documented. They come from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, under a king named Cassian Bullitt. They converted. They took the writings of the Bible and they said, "This is us." So Christ warned that there will be people saying they're Jews who are not, but they are the synagogue of Satan. They are devils that will take control of the earth and destroy people that were non-melanated. So you're saying a lot of things, but you don't know what's going on in this Bible.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. You're quoting the Bible, a book that was written by these very people who are not us.
Okay, so let's go by what you said. Let's go by what you said. If I wrote the Bible My name is Day1. I'm going to write the Bible in a way that it favors me and my people and my offspring. I'm going to say Day1 is blessed. When you see his children, when you see his great children, give them money and honor them. They're the people of God. So
But this book was not written by us.
just listen for a minute. Listen for a minute. I'm going to show you that what you're saying is not logical. If you're saying that the people that enslaved us wrote the book, that's what you're saying to the audience, right? You're saying that the people that enslaved us and taught us lies, they wrote this book. Is that a
Yes, that's what I'm saying because those are the facts.
So we should be able to find things in the book that we debate. You wrote this in here to control us.
Okay, so I have a question.
What I'm saying is this. You've never read the book. You're speaking about information. No, you're not.
I have. I was trained in Christian religion education since I was 6 years old till I was 18 years old. I know the Bible back to back. It has nothing to do with black people. It's fairy tales.
Shows that you've never read this book because you brought up the Jews.
I have read it back to back against my will. I was forced to.
We're going to check back there. Christ warned that there will be people who will convert and say that they were the Jews and they're not. He said that they're the synagogue of Satan and don't listen to them. We now know that there are Jewish people now in Jerusalem that they took the land and they're causing genocide on the Gaza Strip to move the Palestinian people out. That's what the Bible prophesied, that they will create world war to take control of the earth. And they would use a place called Babylon, which we now know is the United States of America, to finance their campaign of terror. Okay,
I'm sorry. To me, it's all fairy tales and made up bullshit. It has nothing to do with black people. It's bullshit.
Let's take the Bible out of the equation. How do we find your God, you believe?
I believe that there is a God and that because
communicate him to us so that the whole world can see him. What do you have so that we can believe what you believe?
you don't need to believe what I believe, but I'm just going by facts. Like we had our own religions. This religion was brought to black people on the continent by white people who ended up.
Not what's in this Bible. I'll tell you how it's spread. I told you there was violence and bloodshed and war. The same thing that they did was the only difference between the blacks in America and the blacks in Africa is where the ships dropped us. When they dropped us to America, they stopped us from reading and writing. And they made us slaves and they trained us how to behave. And then when we was illiterate, they set us Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Protestant, Lutheran. Then they placed them and they set up Sunday school. And because we was illiterate, we listened to them. We never read the Bible for ourselves. Now we read the Bible for ourselves and we're challenging them. And we're telling them what Jesus Christ said. That people would come and take these writings and twist them. And Christ said that they're the devil. You've never heard that before. Unless you would have been talking the way you're talking now.
Okay, so make me understand. Make me understand. Can I ask you a question? So, can I ask you a question? Okay, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just trying to understand your point of view. I'm not trying to go against what you have to say. I just have my beliefs. I understand. You are quoting a Bible that was written by these very same people that colonized the whole entire world.
There's no proof of that.
Yes, there's proof of that. Yes, there's proof of that.
If I challenge you not to be said, I'm telling you that ready for back to back. I've been raised in this since I was little. You have no proof that white people wrote this book.
Okay, so what proof do you have that black people wrote it though?
I can tell you because everything in the book identifies black people. I can show you where the white
I think you're just romanticizing it and trying to find a way to make it make sense to you as a black person.
No matter what I show you, you're going to just listen and go to your opinion. I deal with people like you all the time. You've been indoctrinated for stuff you ain't even heard. So no matter what I show you, you're going to say, oh, yeah, they do that. I'm not romanticizing that. Meanwhile, what I'm showing, they're not teaching the truth. They're not teaching that the
Bible that was written by the very same people who oppressed us. No, but you can prove to me that black people wrote this shit. You can. You can. You can. It's like all fantastical. It's all fairy tales. You are all brainwashed. This book has nothing to do with black people. No, I don't have a God that I made up. I'm just using my common sense. This book has nothing to do with black people. You're just trying to like make it make sense to you, and you're trying to make it like be something that it doesn't. The reason the Ethiopians are in the Bible is because Ethiopians are the only African tribe that are known to have had influence and contact with the Western world at that time. But most black people in this world are not Ethiopian. Most African Americans are not descendants of Ethiopians. Like, let's just be so fucking for real. Tell me what the Benin Kingdom in Western Africa was doing that ties to the Bible. I do know.
This room is going on worldwide. Okay? And you don't know what you're making things up to change. Now, white people wrote this book. That already showed you never read it.
I read it. I was forced to read it. In my country, they forced me to learn Christian religious education since I was 6 years old till I was 8.
The same thing they did in America where I am. And I just read it, and I read it for myself. And I
Bible back to back. This book has nothing to do with black people. It doesn't.
You don't know it. This is making things up.
It's a Jewish story.
There is no Jewish stories in it.
That's all it is.
The word Jew is short for Judah. That's one of the 12 tribes.
You're quoting a Bible that is all about Jewish people going from one place to the next, to the next, to the next. It has nothing to do with black people.
That's all you're going to do. You cannot prove nothing that you're saying.
I can, easily. I can prove it.
So tell us. Explain Revelation chapter 2, verse 9.
I don't believe in Revelation. It's a made-up book wrote by people to console the masses.
We're not going to listen to your opinion.
Don't listen to me, but I'm telling you, this is all fantastical bullshit. It has nothing to do with black people. It's just something to control you, and you're trying to find ownership in it. You're trying to tell yourself.
That's all that's going on.
You're trying to tell yourself.
Argue with you. I don't believe that. That's all you're going to do. Run your mouth. You don't want to ask questions. You ain't going to be able to back up anything you say. When someone tells you that white people wrote the Bible, that already shows you they never read it. If I'm white and I wrote the Bible, I'm going to change everything in the Bible where it even indicates that it's a person of color. That's stupid for you to say that.
He's so passionate.
Yeah. She knew what you talking about. She know exactly what you're talking about. I just see her in her point that she's trying to get you stirred up. That's all. That's still raising her, man. She's trying to get you stirred up. I see it in her point.
I deal with people like this, right? I deal with people like this all the time, and this is where you break them down. Watch this. Go to Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. If I'm white, I'm going to remove this from the Bible. I'm not going to leave this there, but niggas to read this later on, and then attack me.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi.
So, burden is something you carry. This was what God was saying to the Israelites. He was using the prophet Malachi. Read on.
I have loved you, saith the Lord.
So God tells the Israelites, I love you. Read on. because God is punishing the Israelites. So they felt that God turned their back on them. Read on.
Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord. Yet I love Jacob, and I hated Esau.
So these are the only people in the Bible that God says he hates. In the Christian church, they tell you God is a God of love. But what does God say? Read it again for the audience.
Yet I love Jacob, and I hated Esau.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Read on.
And laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons.
So he said, I laid his mountains and his heritage in wasteland. Who do we know comes from mountains? Who calls himself Caucasian? They come from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Okay, God said there's a people that he hates, and he laid their heritage in wasteland, in the mountains. Read on.
Whereas Edom said.
So Edom is the race of people that came from Esau. Read it, you have the Bible dictionary? Okay? You know what we're going to get next. Read on.
Whereas Edom said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the destination.
How did they do that? By the blood, sweat, and tears of black people. They came out of the caves and they were slaves, and they trained them how to behave, and they built the desolate places. Read on.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down.
God says, whatever these people build, I'm going to throw it down. Read on.
And they shall call them the border of wickedness.
He said, these people are the border of wickedness. Read on.
And the people against whom the Lord has indignation forever.
God says he's going to have indignation, which is righteous hatred for them forever. So you people that God is going to hate them forever. They're not teaching us in the Christian church. So don't come in here and tell me that, oh, you're reading a book that I don't want to hear that. And I ain't saying they don't teach in no Christian church. You don't know this. You run your mouth and then when I tell you to read something, I don't believe it. But I don't believe it. I can go someplace. Be careful. God is a book. I just showed you this, that there are people that God says he hates. He said he's going to destroy their dwelling place because there's a border of wickedness and he will hate them forever. They don't teach that in church. So let's see who they are. Read Solomon Bible Dictionary, go for the people Edom. Because I didn't write this. I didn't write this. This book was put together before I was born. Okay, so it's an accredited worldwide Bible dictionary. Read it.
This is the Donovan Bible Compact Dictionary, chapter page 121, definition of Edom. Edomite, the nation and its people who were the descendants of Esau.
You read about that baby in Genesis, the race of people came from them. And God says he hates these people. Read on.
He founded the country, so his name is equated with Edom.
Okay, so Esau was the father of the race of Edom. Esau and the Bible comes from Edomites. Now come down to the last paragraph.
The country.
Yes, because Edom taken prominence. It should be the last paragraph of that definition. What the scholars wrote about them.
Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures.
Stop.
there any evidence suggesting that the full moon was never considered any archaeological, liturgical, or historical evidence, biblical or otherwise?
While the overwhelming historical and archaeological consensus is that the new moon was the first visible crescent, there is a small but fascinating trail of liturgical and linguistic debate regarding the full moon. The idea that the full moon was the new moon is not found in mainstream Jewish history, but rather in modern scholarly theories about the evolution of the calendar and certain fringe interpretations of Hebrew poetry. 1. The linguistic evidence, the Kesa debate. The primary evidence used by those who argue for a full moon start comes from Psalm chapter 81, verse 3. Blow the trumpet at the new moon, Chodesh, at the full moon, Kesa, on our feast day. The argument. Some argue that Chodesh, new moon, and Kesa, full moon, are in synonymous parallelism, a common Hebrew poetic device where the second line repeats the meaning of the first two different words. If they are synonyms, then the new moon is the full moon. The counter evidence. Most scholars argue this is synthetic parallelism, where the two lines describe two different events. In this case, the verse is calling for trumpets at the beginning of the month, and again at the middle of the month, the feast on the full moon. Furthermore, the root of Kesa is related to fullness, or covering, which fits the mid-month moon much better than the start. 2. Historical theories of the full moon primitive calendar. Some historians of the ancient Near East proposed that before the standard Babylonian lunar calendar, which used the crescent, some nomadic or tribal groups might have used the full moon month. Practicality. For a nomadic people traveling at night, the full moon is the most visible and reliable marker. It provides light for travel and is unmistakable, whereas the tiny crescent is often hidden by clouds or dust. The Shabbaton. In ancient Mesopotamia, the term Shabbaton, related to the Hebrew Sabbath, originally referred to the 15th day of the month, the full moon. Some theorists suggest that in the very earliest strata of West Semitic culture, the Shabbaton, full moon, might have been the primary marker for beginning a cycle before the priesthood standardized the crescent moon system. 3. Modern fringe movements. In the last 20 to 30 years, the lunar Sabbath have revived the full moon as new moon. They argue the moon is new when it is fully renewed. They interpret the word Chodesh as a great thing rather than rebellion. There is zero archaeological evidence, such as inscriptions, pottery, construction, first or second temple periods, that show the Jewish calendar starting on the moon. Summary of the evidence. Evidence type supports crescent moon, supports full moon, linguistic, Chodesh, renewed/new, Asaph, Psalm chapter 81, verse 3 interpretation. Historical, standard Babylonian/Medes systems, theoretical pre-standard nomadic systems, liturgical, Mishnah Moshe Shana, none found in ancient Israel. Festivals like Passover fall on the 14th and 15th. None, unless interpreting Isa as a synonym.
Yes, please.
While the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem was busy with moon cycles and witnesses, the Essene community at Qumran, the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, viewed them as their system as a they believed the lunar calendar can be unreliable. Perfectly divisible by 7, 52 weeks exactly. Result: this meant that every single year, any given day would fall on the same day. For example, Passover would be Tuesday or Wednesday, and 4 would then be Friday. We see this calendar
Careful on that ice.
Okay. I have bags. Is that okay to use your truck?
Trunk release button is on the trunk, just above the number 39 on the license. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? .435 Rarity. There are a lot of streets closed back there to get to you. I think it's the school. Is there a school back there? Because it was, no matter where I turned on Benner and 7th. It was difficult because I don't know my way around here. I'm like, damn, how do I get to this person? Oh, it's sending me that way. See what I'm saying? It's sweet. This is out. Kind of wrong stuff. With police right there. Let's try this. Go, try it. Alright, so guide me because it's sending me back there. This one? Right here. Come on, go, go. Go. Choke that thing. This is where you get in, or is there a back? You sure? Yep. You're welcome, dear. You as well. Stay safe, stay healthy, dear.